Hello, hello. Welcome to Odin's Eye Gaming, our 10th episode of Waterdeep Dragon Heist. Woo! So we figured we'd do something a little bit different this time around. We're going to start off with a Q&A, take about 30 minutes, and then we'll launch into the campaign. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Great.
Want to do introductions of people?
Yes. So I'm Texas Deviant, the DM, and to my right I have...
Texas Tibbers. I play Astra, the Kalashtar Druid.
And I am Paradox. I play Percy over there.
I'm Westfield. I'm playing Rin, Satyr Rogue.
And let's get started.
Yeah.
So we had a few prepped. If you guys have questions, just ask them in the chat, and Ryan will interrupt when appropriate and field them on. So we got a few starting off. So players, why did you choose your character for Waterdeep Dragon Heist? Let's start with Westfield.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so like, why did I choose all of my character? I think the thing that I wanted to do with this campaign was try and push the like outgoing personality type a little bit more than some of my previous characters that I played. I played a lot of characters who kind of sit in the background and cheer on the rest of the team. And so I was looking to make something a little bit more, I guess, interesting. So that's why I went with, I wanted to play a rogue because I hadn't played one in a while and they're pretty fun. So then I decided to push that more interesting aspect through the race choice of Satyr because they have a lot of like whimsical outgoingness to their race, and so that's kind of where that came from.
All right. Well, what about you, Tippers?
Ooh.
Why Astra?
So I have played a large list of characters at this point that have huge personalities that are a mix of all races, all classes, all fighting styles, and I always lean back on Druid. It was where like I'm comfortable. But it's also just like, I just got off playing a campaign as an Aasimar paladin. I'd had a like fighter and wizard and like all this stuff, so I wanted to like come back to my home, and they just released this brand new version of Druids, which is like super interesting. I've never played this type of Druid before, so I wanted to try something new. And then also the same thing with the Kalashtar. I've never played a Kalashtar, so I was like, new Druid and new race, let's go. And so that race class combo, personality-wise, not a whole lot here, other than I always sneak in a personality, a social, or mental disorder into my character typically, or physical disability or something of that nature. So I've snuck some in on this character, and I'm super excited to like play them out. But yeah, just the excitement of trying something new is really where I build my, or like challenging to me as a player, is where I build most of them from.
And then finally, Percy.
For Percy, I was requested to play less of a like my dude character. I generally play characters that are super go with the flow, just like kind of existing in the world and happy to exist in the world. Just like there to experience whatever that they can experience and like not really trying to go against the grain at all. So I tried to make a character who had a little bit more personality right off the get-go and a little bit more of a fleshed out backstory. I don't think there was anything apart from that and wanting to do a character that had an accent. Those were kind of the two main driving forces, and it was, for as far as my repertoire goes, it was either going to be a country accent or a French accent. My French accent wasn't there yet, so.
His backstory is real cool too. He's got a nice like written up backstory that's a good read. I have a question for you. What made you choose to run Waterdeep Dragon Heist as a campaign setting?
Erie got it. No. So it also is kind of a departure from your general module, at least from what we've experienced so far. We just came off the back of running Curse of Strahd, and there is intrigue and stuff in there, but there's also just kind of D&D splits into a dominating force of either combat or intrigue, or the typical lines, and obviously there's many different colors of the same, but Waterdeep Dragon Heist was touted to be something very intrigue based, something where combat wasn't your optimal way of getting through the campaign. And so with that, and the actual writing of the module itself was pretty neat, it had a pretty good hook, and so that's honestly what led me into it. There's a few other things, but they haven't actually gotten to them yet, so saying it would be kind of rude and kind.
Also,
Melissa asks, for the DM, do you find it easier to simply follow the storyline prompt from the guide, or to ad-lib more and make the game more unique?
So the fun thing about modules, or maybe not fun thing, depending on how comfortable you are with it, is that they give you a very skeletonized version of what they're kind of guiding. Everything's always a suggestion, and they get you a plot, and they get you some kind of, backbone that gets you going. And every now and then you might find something that's really like, they're like, hey, we want something like this. And they give you some more detail to kind of flush that out. But for the most part, it's up to you with what you make of it. Some of the frustrating pieces I find are, they'll throw in a tidbit of like, oh, hey, if they've done this thing, then this thing is apparent. And there's really no mention of that thing beforehand. And so it's like, okay, if they randomly stumble into part A, now part B is suddenly useful. So now you have to like go back and then construct, how would you get to part A? Some of that can be pretty easy and some of it can be awfully challenging. But that's where improv, I think, comes in. And so if you get comfortable with like doing that, then you can get some really memorable moments that exist outside the module. And that's honestly probably one of the best feelings about running D&D.
Goat asks, question for everyone, which has been your favorite character so far in the storyline other than yourself?
Ooh.
That's a good one.
Okay, if I were to say character out of us, like non-NPC.
Okay.
Non-NPC, I have to say Colin is really like doing the Colin thing. He's kicking ass and taking names. But Ryan doing an accent the whole time is actually just like nice, because normally I do an accent for my characters, and this time I was like, nah, I'm not gonna do an accent. I'm gonna take it easy. And then this guy steps up and he's like, well, howdy doody, and I'm like, mother trucker, let's go.
Yeah, accents definitely give you bonus points.
And I think my favorite character in game so far is probably the deaf girl.
Okay.
The little girl.
That's a
who's
pretty
deaf.
good one.
It was so just my interaction with her of running into an NPC that spoke in sign language, and like I was just like, how do you do this? How do you do this in real life? It felt more immersive for me as a character. That was just like really cool. But
What about you?
Outside of my own character, what? So, I mean, there's a good selection of candidates. Like Toothless is a lot of fun. I weirdly really liked the were-rat that we met in the tunnels in the sewers early on. Like, something about that character was just, it tickled me that he was hanging out in the sewers and just like, leave me alone, I want my own house, like, come on, what are you guys doing, you're gonna get me in trouble, like, the almost like underground sewer worker kind of type. That was a pretty fun character. Let's see. The guy we met up at the, I forget his name, but the top of the theater, he was
Mert.
Yeah, Mert was a lot of fun. He had a lot of personality going behind him. Larger than life type character. So maybe Mert.
I think for me, my favorite character in the campaign so far, probably Toothless. I think a close second would actually be the head of the like wizard army people.
Oh.
She was pretty cool.
Badra?
Mm-hmm.
I think
you can't choose.
I can't choose any of my own characters. also not choose one of your characters because that'd be rude. But I can give you my most memorable experience. I think that sticks out to me every time I think of your character. So for Rin, it's actually from his backstory. One of the things that Colin and I had talked about was just kind of like how he came to be and got to the Sword Coast from where he was, which was on the opposite side of the continent. And it was more of like a pilgrimage of a sort. And in the particular village that he was into, we really got to play up the identity of his character, both through actual race, being a satyr, and one of its abilities being that he has an excellent ability to jump very high. We got to see him scaling the side of the cliff, saving a town and some children in the process, in a rather daring adventure, which was made easy by the fact that he was this mythical creature. So that always sticks out to me when I think of Rin. For Astra, I have, I think, two that I'm kind of toiling between. The first one is one of the most recent ones, in fact, in the last episode, when she went to go save Rin as he was drowning, and summoning Prometheus and making him use his teleport into the water. That was pretty memorable to me. And then the runner-up, I think, in this one is going to be just the amount of frustration she gave the butler in the Emerald Enclave estate by just giving him non-answers to his rather direct questions.
Poor butler.
But the other action was maybe Erie's personality or her interpretation of when she was talking to the Mind Flayer in the dungeon.
Very cool.
Yes, that's the one that sticks out to me the most. And then Percy is actually a bit different. The thing that sticks out to me for him is he has all the fancy tools and gadgetry and stuff, but he doesn't like parade that around his friends. And the thing I found interesting about that is that even though he's the only person who can see in the dark, that guy is the one who carries the torch the most.
That's a really actually apt description of both Ryan's character and sometimes Ryan as a person.
Just not my job. I'll do it because it needs
Just
to
give me the
get
torch.
done.
These all carry the torch.
This
These
has
two would
nothing
fight
to do
indefinitely with
me.
each other, be like, I can't freaking see, do something about it. No, I can't see, you do something about it. And Percy's just like, I light a torch.
Yep.
Oh Lord.
Melissa wonders what your favorite monster interaction has been so far and why for everybody.
In this campaign, Mind Flayer. Mind
That's
Flayer
a
without
pretty
a
good one.
doubt. Or the sludge in a bag.
Yeah, does it count if my favorite monster interaction is Astra turning a mind, what were those called? Brain eaters? Intellect Devour into a soup that she put in her backpack? Like, I don't know if that counts as a monster interaction, but that one's pretty good.
I don't know.
It's mind over matter, really.
Also, scarecrows normally in D&D for me are like skeletons. Like, they just don't have personalities. They run and gun and run in or whatever. I think the scarecrow boss fight really made it feel like it was an actual entity in the world and was important and had impact, rather than it just being like, I come in here and I slash it up and whatever, you know, like, that was a pretty cool experience. It felt more real. Like Grimm's fairy tales, it was a part of the story rather than it just popped up and fight it and popped out and it has no effect.
The one we saw on the riverbed, or like on the when we came across that one, and there was like all the gore bits and stuff that was associated with that one. That was a pretty memorable scarecrow encounter.
I think that technically my favorite monster encounter has been with our bartender Liff because he loved it so much.
That's a good one. I didn't
He's
think
not a
about that.
monster, how dare you?
He's got a stat block, he's a monster.
There's a bunch, but I think maybe one of my favorites was one at the very beginning when the owner of the Yawning Inn fought the troll.
Yeah.
And dealing with the Sturges and like dealing with you guys interacting with the Sturges in his bar.
Episode 1.
Episode 1. Calling it back.
Annie asks, what's one skill or ability that your character has that you wish you could use in real life?
Okay, alright.
I want to speak with it.
That's my character.
Never meet your heroes. Don't ask for that.
No, I definitely don't want to hear like the. I don't.
I also don't want to hear that all day.
I don't want to hear my dogs being like, "Food, mom, outside, Pete, let's go. You cuddle me, cuddle me, cuddle." Like, no, thank you. I know you love me. I don't need to hear it. But that's also what it's like being a parent. Kudos for people who have children. Oh man. Oh, let me look through these spells though.
Yeah, you two guys like got spells to go through.
Yeah,
that really opens up the ability pool
like
here.
the same magic.
I think that I kind of like I have to disregard magic because like obviously casting spells. Who would have thought?
Everybody can do it.
But I think that like legitimately the like any form of like sleight of handy stuff, just like doing the like coin tosses or the like cards in the hat or like anything like that, that kind of stuff would be pretty high up there, I think.
I think mine's the 20-foot vertical.
I mean, that's really hard. But if you roll too high, you'd hit your head in the ceiling.
So if
Prestidigitation.
Yeah.
if right now we are having to disregard like detect magic or I mean
Detect magic. Not magical world.
Detect magic.
The only person that has
Nothing.
Hey, I have a spell
Like-
detect magic right now. Prove it to me. I
or
detect no
or
magic.
like disregarding like basic stuff like wild shape and actual magic and being able to cast fireballs and cool shit and whatever, right? If I just take like my skills, I don't know. I don't know. It's so hard because my entire character's like wrapped around this. Ooh,
I'm not speaking Druidic.
any of these languages. Yeah, that's a skill. That's so. Also, maybe the ability, because I also have the ability to read people's minds / talk to, like talk in people's mind. Like I don't know.
Okay, if you had to choose between casting spells and wild shape,
There you go.
which one are you gonna choose between casting spells and wild shape?
IRL casting spells.
Okay, there you go.
Because there's plenty of cute animals in the world. We need some cure wounds.
We have
Or Earthbind.
Goat wonders.
Goodbye, pigeon.
How far along are y'all in the series? Have you made it halfway through or like a quarter of the way through?
This is more of a question for you, I
Oh,
think.
yeah. It's a good, interesting one. We are not very far. They haven't even discovered the purpose of the campaign yet. That being said, there's a lot of content. It really depends on how much we want to expand on a certain section. Like I said earlier, the improv is what makes it fun, and so when your characters take an interest into certain things, you like to build that world. And building a world does take time. If you rush it, it'll feel much more like just a passing scene. And in order to make it feel a bit more immersive and bring to life everything, it's important not to just try and hit one major plot point to the next. So while it feels like there's been a ton of plot points, and there has, that we've gone through, only a few of them have actually been relevant to the progression of the actual campaign. So with that said, it's hard to tell because we could expand or shorten at any point in notice, but as far as the book content goes, we're about a quarter of the way through.
I will say that, like, one of the things about these adventure books and just building adventures in general is that sometimes you can take a single paragraph from the page of a book and turn it into 5 sessions, and sometimes your players will just skip over 10 whole pages of content.
Yep.
So you really never know with these things. Like sometimes it's a mystery. But
Probably a quicker one for the DM. Do you enjoy causing trouble for the players, or is it just fun or legit vindictive?
Vindictive. All right. So first of all, my flair for running DM campaign-based stuff has always been a fascination with grimdark. I like suspense, I like thriller, and I like going into detail over the things that would just really depress you. Think like Game of Thrones level of kind of stuff. So I do kill pets sometimes.
Kill pets sometimes. Every pet you ever have, he'll murder.
And sometimes they're not even pets.
That's not true. Colin had one familiar that took care of that job before Robert could get to it.
Yeah, that's true.
I did, yes. See, well, it was a familiar though. It can't die. That's the great thing about familiars. It was doing it was doing.
The only pets you can
Work-
have
good
are
work for
undead.
me.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I have had a lot of skeleton pets.
And don't make any friends, because then he'll also use them against you.
So, careful what you say.
Yikes!
So the other aspect of it is there also tends to be a very like back and forth. We don't tend to roll super often around conversational pieces. Sometimes we do. Sometimes like I can get a read for the person where they're like, hey, I'm trying to put forth a compelling argument, which is almost always, but sometimes you can clearly tell that they're not trying to do that, so you get around it. But there's certain things where it's like, okay, you say these things to me, I'm gonna give you a few pluses, I'm gonna give you a few minuses, and this is gonna set the check. Okay, so now let's roll and see if you've convinced the person. Other times we just play it out as if it's convincing, and other times we play it out as, hey, in a real life scenario, this guard doesn't know you, you guys look like people who would cause trouble, he just doesn't like you, so it's gonna be really hard to convince this man to do anything. And so a lot of characters can take on the atmosphere of being an asshole real quick, even though it's really just like this character would have nothing to do with you and isn't compelled to help you. What this module is giving me an opportunity to do is, if every character decides to not help you, it's going to make solving an intrigue very, very difficult. So there's been a lot of, let me overshare with you, give you more to hook onto, make ample amounts of hooks, and not hide things along the way to keep you guys chasing from one point to the next. That way you don't have to just be like, so you guys probably need to go do this thing now. There's usually enough things around them that if they go and talk to something, they're going to be like, oh yeah, there's this thing. And hopefully once we build up enough of a foundation, it's going to be like, oh, that thing. We talked about that before. Let's go do that thing.
Definitely balancing act. We've all DM'd before, and we all have different styles. It's definitely Robert's style of DMing, and we're pretty used to it. We've played with Robert as a DM for a while, and then like Ryan as a DM is a little bit more, I feel like, finessey, and then Colin's a little bit more Disney story.
I tend to like to put a lot of things that my characters are going to be really excited about or interested in, and I mean that's true of everyone, the DMs, but like I tend to be a little less adversarial. But I don't think anyone's usually like when you're a DM. It's, as a general rule of thumb, it's definitely not you against the players in any match. This isn't a 1v1 video game kind of situation. It's very much we're all here to build a story together, and that might not always be the best thing happen to your players' characters and stuff, but it's all in the interest of making a better story.
Yeah.
It's definitely building the world or building the setting. You're in charge of the environment and the NPCs and the monsters and the lighting and this and the little bitty, and you're setting the scene not for yourself. You're setting it to watch these characters interact and play with. Like, it's kind of like Trapper's Delight for me, where it's like you're setting out this map, and it might be a long one or it might be a short one, like whatever, but you're setting this like story up for them to interact with. You're not going to set it up for failure. Like, you're going to set it up for them to be able to interact with everything and play. It's like an escape room. It can be harder, a little bit more challenging in some areas, and it may take a little extra poke or dig or a hint here or there, but it's set up for success and for an actual story.
Or like a director role in a movie or film. You're like setting the stage and directing things and causing drama, but it doesn't mean that you're fighting the players.
Vindication's like I think it's okay for a character to want to be vindictive towards another entity in the setting. But I don't think you ever want to express those feelings between the players themselves. Yeah. So I don't usually think of, I set up this cool thing, and then Colin walks in and breaks a window and suddenly the thing's ruined. I'm like, I'm going to hurt your character because you did that. I think sometimes like being dissociative with you as a person while playing brings about the best results because it lets you draw more into it. Now, that being said, sometimes one of your NPCs might piss off a character by being callous towards something that they're very interested in. The way I kind of interpret that, though, is that character doesn't know your character. And if he doesn't know that, for example, you like fine threads and he just wants to sell you holy boots, then that's just his thing. He didn't mean to offend you. That's just his character sometimes, right? So that can always lead to more drama, though, and I think that's part of what makes it memorable, is you create those instances of drama without it actually being like, hey, Ryan, I want to rip your head off because you're a dick.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Speaking of holy boots, everyone in chat wants to know the next time we're gonna cosplay or dress up at all.
Ooh.
I think costumes are completely nixed for the rest of the campaign, especially for Colin. He's not allowed to dress up. Those are
What?
just his natural horns.
I'm not gluing this to my head. It's not happening.
The thing about cosplay in general, or like dressing up in general, one, us as players have to know what's coming to be able to prep for it. We knew the session before, so we had a week to like, hey, you know, and like a few days before, like, hey, we're going to the opera next, you know, session. We could do something like dressing for the opera. That'd be pretty cool. And it's like, okay, cool. We can make that happen. Let's just throw it together or whatever. But like, we don't know what's happening. Only Robert knows. And so, or like, Robert may not even know, because we're right now, the next campaign or next setting we're going into for like tonight, for instance, it's like, yeah, the last thing we heard, we're gonna go talk to a horse, you know, sort of thing. Well, we don't know what that entails, or like where that'll be, or how that'll go, or if that leads us to an apothecary in the dungeon of blah 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 blah.
What if we
It's a
throw a
weird
party
place to find a
instead?
horse, actually.
Or we'd be like, yeah, we can go talk to Maxine, and then we get into this session, and we're like, oh, hey, let's go back to, you know, the opera and talk to what's his name. Or like, hey, let's go down to, you know, and like we can interact with the entire map, the entire world, and Robert's not gonna stop us.
That being said, very soon, any opportunity we can get to orchestrate some cosplays, definitely on our minds. It's not always easy or cheap, though.
All right, we got a few more minutes here. Some last questions.
Is there anything?
I think that was the last one in the chat.
Last one in chat. So I'll give one. Let's see. Of the ones that we kind of have prepared. What's the favorite food of your character?
Oh no.
Actually, I was very interested in knowing this.
Favorite food of my character?
So my character, so Astra's favorite thing to eat in Waterdeep, or like in the world, or like IRL, if she was here, do I think she'd eat a hamburger?
Astra and
like,
Waterdeep.
Astra and Waterdeep. Other than good berries? Because that's the cop-out answer. Everyone likes a good berry.
Nobody likes to eat.
No
good
one
berries.
likes
Literally
good
nobody likes to eat
berries.
good berries.
Alright, I'll go first while you're
Okay.
thinking. My answer is blueberry pie. And there's a reason why blueberry pie. It's because the monastery that my character grew up in, this mountaintop monastery, is canonically famous for their blueberry wine. And I think that it would probably not be too far of a stretch to connect that if they make pretty good blueberry wine, they probably make a real good blueberry cobbler, or pie, or maybe
No, the monastery has
fruit
no bakers.
salad or something like that. Like, I think
That's
that
even
would
more justification, because it's like you have all these blueberries, but no
Yeah.
one makes cobbler out of it, and every now and then, like, you sneak a little out of the stash.
So I think there's a little bit of a running blueberry theme, but in general, Rin falls along the lines of the more new and interesting and indulgent foods that he can partake in, the better. So,
For Percy, I literally asked this question in Discord and then didn't think of the answer. I think that the answer for Percy, I think that he is into like super dark chocolate, just the super unsweetened cocoa level of like bitter chocolate.
Like bits of monster pieces in them.
Yep.
no. What?
Oh, so you're not skipping this question. If Toothless had a favorite food,
His own tooth.
ew.
I'd say that's his favorite food, just his most eaten one. What's your answer?
So Astra grew up next to / with a baker, and I would peg her as like a strawberry, lemon,
Ooh, yeah.
like fruity bread person. But for all honest purposes, I want you to look at her background because she can't cook. She cannot.
Right.
She can't.
Don't ever let Aster in the kitchen.
So she enjoys.
How did an apothecary end up not learning how to cook?
Listen,
you can make a mean health potion.
Yeah,
but
health potions don't taste good. I don't know what medicine you
Neither do
make.
good berries.
Yeah, neither do your good berries.
But yeah, I would put her as like a sweetbread, like not fruitcake person, but like I want to put it faster.
I will say I have pretty good fond memories of that food we ate at the Minotaur's shop down your home.
Toothless would say something like caviar. But he's never had caviar. He's just been told that he's had caviar.
Ugh.
He's probably had some rotten fish before.
It's probably what he equates to, like, sushi or something.
Hors d'oeuvres,
far off.
anybody?
Hors d'oeuvre?
No, hors d'oeuvre.
I had this fancy fish one time. Don't know what it's called, but it was good.
Honestly, I'm not gonna knock it, but I think Toothless is definitely a Ritz cracker cheese whiz type of person, and I'm like, get it.
Ritz cracker, cheese whiz, caviar.
Chopped up little hot dogs.
He actually lost his tooth eating a cuisine dish, so...
I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a second.
All right. Gonna wrap up our Q&A session.
Next time.
Wrap it up.
Yeah, we'll have to do this again sometime. Maybe further into the campaign, we can do another little
25th
something
marker?
like that.
Yeah, we'll
Some
revisit back
milestone.
some of these questions. Maybe some of the memorable moments will be updated.
Yeah.
Some of those will be tonight.
If your DM ever says anything like that, run.
Just leave the table.
That would be rude
We're
for the
actually
rest of the
chained to the
stream.
chair, so we can't leave. But
All right, so let's start with our recap of the last session. As I recall it, you guys were down on the piers.
There was one question that did sneak in.
What was the question?
The quick one.
If you could revisit any area you've been to so far, where would you like to go back and explore?
oh no.
That's weird because you could just do that.
Yeah.
I mean, we could, but we got stuff to do.
Do you?
We can't always
You have a
be-
talking horse to
We
find.
got so
Okay.
much stuff to do.
There's the tower that's like, nobody's in the tower. No one's in this tower. It's a secret tower. Oh, it's long abandoned. Don't
Oh, the
go
one with the force field
there."
around it?
That one.
Okay.
I would go there and I would.
Totally no one home. Don't mind the force
I
field.
just either that or. The greenhouse apothecary people. Just like go and like have tea, have the tea be weird.
Oh,
you
follow
know?
left a leader.
I think if I had to make it, like, honestly, somewhere new definitely is my answer. But I can't answer somewhere new. So going back to somewhere that we've already, the tower is definitely up there. Weirdly,
towers
I
tend to
kind of
be.
want to like explore the sewer life of Waterdeep a little bit more. Like, not that I want to go back there because it was an awful experience, but I just want to know what else is down there. Like, there's probably some crazy stuff down there, and maybe even some crazy monsters. That'd be pretty cool to go back, explore some more at some point.
I think for me, it's like the topic of exploration has been approached a couple times. And I forget if we actually gave a full detail of this. Well, we didn't give a full detail of it, but if we've mentioned it in more than passing notes. But there are giant stone statues all around Waterdeep. In fact, Toothless even brought, or was it Clout? I forget which one brought it up, but there is a griffin. No, Aircroca. That's standing on top of a perch southwest on the mountaintop that overlooks the sea, but he's staring into Waterdeep. And
You know that thing we were talking about earlier where things just change all of a sudden?
so those statues are really, really cool and tons of lore around them. It'd be fun to kind of go investigate the ramifications of messing with one of those.
You heard it here, folks.
Yep.
That's where we're going next.
Thursday?
I think for me, most interesting place to like cause a ruckus would probably be the opera. Like whether you were there like doing research or just being at the opera or like actually just causing trouble for people, I think that would be the place to be.
That's your criteria, is wherever you can cause the most trouble right now.
Just imagine
If you want to cause trouble, go back to Europe.
Ryan as a player just jumping on stage and be like, the Phantom of the Opera. And I'm like, no, please. But this is definitely one of those what do you as a player questions, not you what do you want to happen to your character. Because what I would do as a player is I would go like mess with things with no ramifications because I don't care about my character. But if you care about your character, you act differently.
All right. Final question answered. Cool. So let's jump into the recap. We left, or started rather, in the dock wards on the piers, preventing the death of one half elf. I think his name was Eric.
Look that up while you're talking.
Cool. And where they met the opposing elven faction, the Drow Elves. One of such put up a nasty fight. Well, kind of. He got ambushed pretty heavily and very quickly found himself fleeing from the scene of his crimes, which was to attempt to murder the half-elf. He eventually made his escape through daring and dashing through water, was being chased and had to defend himself, giving away one of his secrets, which is that he owns an actual ranged smoke powder pistol, which Ren got the point of very quickly. After some quick thinking and saving from his companions, yes, the Drow had made its escape. They went and kept trying to search for it in the surrounding area, and this led them to following Eric, I believe his name was.
His name was Eric.
Out to a ship that was anchored off the pier. And there they found the infamous now Cheese Tower game, along with some sailors, who dropped some fun and celebration and then sent them on their way to a good night of rest, after giving a little bit of detail about where the Drow could have come from. So they then followed Eric back to his place of establishment, rather, where he preferred to spend his coin at night. Had an okay night's sleep at the inn, woke up in the morning and ended up getting directions to another inn, which was run by an innkeeper named Tina, / dabbling into the seamstress world. They actually had impressed upon several people from the dock wards at this point. Their generosity, their genuity, and just overall, hey, we think you could be one of us. So they helped them out with some new digs that they can now travel in the dock wards with and maybe not be harassed so much or at all. And we'll always have a place to kind of, meet acquaintances and stuff down here. They also ended up chasing a drunkard who was boasting that he had fended off 3 of them, which Tina's place of residence became yet another kind of like interrogation impromptu room. That turned out to be a pretty quick dead end though, and then they decided that the information that they had was probably already worth something. So with that, they packed their stuff, they went back to the castle ward, to the Yawning Portal, and talked to Davil Starsong, where they mentioned the fact that it was a drow, that he was specifically targeting elves and half-elves, that they fended off a murder, that he has a flintlock pistol. And all of that information definitely made him take a liking to him and accepted them towards his side of things. So they have a currently present friendly relation with the faction of the Zentarum. And with that being said, I think that's just about where we ended up.
We're gonna go talk to Maxine.
I think we're gonna go sleep first.
Resting seemed like I think we were just doing a little bit too much of staying up late and a little not enough of going home and taking a nap.
Okay.
And so we should probably go home and take a nap first.
Reset to the next day, and then
Get our sleep schedule back on track.
Okay.
Yeah, we were wanting to talk to Maxine, the horse that is somewhere.
In the Northport area? I don't know.
Maxine, a talking horse with information on Zantara. Yep, that's my notes.
Yep. I don't think it was ever said.
The only keyword missing in there is that she was a mare that pulled one of the drays.
Yep.
Right. I don't think we have information on where she's at, so that's gonna be...
We can track down the drays pretty easily, though. We ride them a lot.
Yeah,
And
we have a all-you-can-eat pass.
yep,
Don't eat the horses.
all you can eat. So yeah, we head back to Troll Skull Manor, rest up for the night, and then
3 feathers up.
sorry,
3 feathers up.
We renamed the establishment. It's been renamed since session.
Yep.
Insert
A
there.
session. Anyway.
A session.
Yeah. How's that process go?
All right. Yeah, you guys make it back to Troll Skull, or 3 feathers up. Who's poison?
Oh my god.
Greeted by the typical fanfare at this point, which isn't to say too much, but some. As you're getting off your dray, as the tourists continue on, and you have a restful night of sleep, followed by hopefully an eventful morning of finding a mare. How do you guys set about doing it?
So we know that we need to show these badges quietly to a horse that talks.
Mm-hmm.
And then the horse will tell us the information that we need.
Correct.
Should we go to the stables where the dray rests, or?
That seems like a good enough plan to me.
Do we know where that is?
That's a great question.
No, but
Can
we
we
could
just-
certainly find out.
Yeah.
We could probably just ride on the dray until the last stop, but
That might be less efficient, but possible.
However, this might be something that our resident of Waterdeep for some length of time might have stumbled across in his passages. So go ahead and give me a history check.
The story.
I believe that's an 18.
That is an 18. You know that there are multiple kind of like hubs, if you will, that represent, think bus routes, where they'll meet back up. So there's a few located throughout the wards. The most notable one tends to be more towards the center, and it's on the edge between the Castle Ward and the Trade Ward, where most of the traffic tends to at least pass through on the main road.
Okay,
Makes sense to me.
we can go to that one then.
Even if we don't find them there, it's a main thoroughfare. We could just check every dray that drives by.
Yeah.
Before we leave, I'd like to speak with animals, but also, how long is that gonna be? It only lasts for 10 minutes, right?
It'll take us a little time to get there.
Yeah, I don't think we need to cast speak with animals.
But I want to.
Yeah. So as long as it lasts as long as you.
Yeah, I cast it before we leave, and the first dray we hop on, I start speaking to the horse. And I'm like, you know Maxine Shift?
So how do you presently go about doing that? So the horses are pulling, and they're about like 10 feet harnessed to the front of this double-decker bus sort of thing, and you guys enter on the back of the bus. And
I
the driver's
can
sitting up
speak
front.
mentally with any willing creature, right? Or
You can't do that with him.
No.
oh, well then.
You can if you have speak with animals on, but
Oh, yikes! Nope, I don't. Also, we need to do full. I'll do a full rest on my thing.
Well, you have. So if you're casting speak with animals before we leave,
Just ritually.
I mean, so what you could do is when we go up to get on the dray stops at its stop to pick up the next passengers. Just quickly run up to the front and
Yeah,
speak,
how much
speak
time
low.
is that though?
walk alongside them a little bit as you speak to them, and then
You generally know that there's been a bit of. It's not lackadaisical, but it's also not like super rushed any either. But they do want some kind of tempo because they are running a business, sort of thing.
like a bus stop. The bus is only there for.
They won't let you just sit there and have a 5-minute long conversation with their horse. That would also be weird. But they're probably not going to go too crazy if some random person's like, "Oh, look, a giant horse!" Right? They deal with new people.
All right, I do that.
They deal with a lot of new people.
I don't intentionally cause a disturbance, so if the person that's driving the dray is like, "Hey, get out of my dray or get out of my way," I don't want to cause any of that. But I do want to be like, "Tell me the deets." I don't get it.
Okay, so you speak with animals like before you guys go and get on your dray, and then are you vocally talking to it, or are you using your mind link with speak with animals active to mentally talk to horses?
So I can talk to it and it doesn't talk.
You can give it the ability to talk back with the mind link, right?
Isn't that what we were talking about just now that I can't
I was
do?
mistaken.
If you speak, we've been running
Oh.
like so. For example, you've talked to like the pigs
Okay.
and such.
And yeah, I do that.
Okay. So this particular dray is being pulled like by 3 horses. 2 of them give you nothing.
Use the lead.
Roll animal handling.
No.
Okay. It leads you on to nowhere.
18.
Okay. You say Maxine, and it takes a little bit of like coercion because they kind of understand, but there's a lot of mares out there. This one just so happens to be interested in a Maxine. Doesn't know if it's your Maxine, but he finds her attractive.
Cool. Been to BDO.
We'll probably elaborate.
Black Desert Online is a horse training game, and you do horse cool stuff. It's not actually for horses. It's just got a cool horse system in it.
He last saw her about an hour ago at a smaller hub that's just on the north side of the castle ward. So in between you guys and the center ward.
Okay.
I tell you.
Okay.
Is this in the same direction that we were already going?
You said that he knows that she was in the something in the center ward.
Yeah, he last saw her at one of the smaller dray hubs, if you will.
Okay.
But like basically just inside the castle ward from the sea ward that you guys are in.
all the greatest
that one.
drays go there. Andres and
Blue Drays.
all the drays.
So yeah, we head to that
No matter how you
smaller dray ward.
All the single drays. Okay. You guys are pulled past and are like, hey, we'd like to get off here, and that's kind of weird. Not a lot of people get off at the wards or the hubs themselves, but it's whatever. You guys got passes. They're not gonna charge you any more or less.
Who's the pass?
So you guys are pretty much in almost the heart of the city at this point. Lots of traffic, lots of bustle. But the grounds of the actual hub itself are kept pretty clean and clear. You can see a whole bunch of stables that are housing different horses. You can see a bunch of unhitched drays.
This is like a mud field filled with stables.
Or is it cobblestone?
The City of Splendors? No. There's cobblestone. There's a mixture of everywhere.
This
There's
is like an uppity stables.
you know, there's like a formal stone kind of
City
like
of Splendors, dude.
stonework that fences off the surrounding area and stuff. There's a gate that lets people in and out and stuff.
Okay. How about is this like 20 dray stable stalls, or is this like 150?
The center one that Percy is aware of is much more like the 100 to 150, but this is like smaller, 20, several dozen at most.
Okay.
This one's on you, Astra.
You know, I was just looking, how how do we feel about me casting magic back in the middle of Waterdeep? You don't like it
People
here.
in the city usually stop her.
Every time.
People have stopped you in their houses and stuff, but you've cast detect magic or speak with animals. Like, you just cast it before we left.
In our house.
Can you refresh us on the rules of magic casting?
It's been longer than 10 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I try to huddle myself into a corner in maybe an abandoned stall and like guard the door and start ritually casting speak with animals. I almost called it I want to speak with animals.
In general, like, magic is an acceptable part of society. However, your intentions are not what's known in most situations, and so when you're in private residence or around people who are not comfortable around magic, they're more likely to be confused and or alarmed that you're casting magic.
Yeah, the guild that Ryan's a part of, the Magic Police, this sound like their whole thing is like, hey, if people are casting magic in the city and they're doing it for bad purposes, we're gonna go track them down and stop them. And so that means that there's probably people that are casting magic all the time for good purposes. Just don't be a rude person and cast a spell unprovoked in someone's room. And they're like, what are you doing? Please stop. Versus like,
Yeah.
I made my shop plants grow in the front of my shop window because I'm a druid.
Yeah, like the way I see it in this instance, if a random group of people just were to wander into a bus stop and then just start casting magic and then walk up to my pack animals that are like part of my livelihood in the center without announcing themselves to like maybe somebody on staff, that would look weird whether or not you were casting magic.
I still do what I say. I say I want to speak with animals.
There's several people that like move in, unhitch one of their drays, gets it serviced, takes out another. Horses are kind of constantly in flux. Several people are staffed. At various posts around, you can see several stable hands taking care of things. And
while we're sort of like standing around and walking around, I take the clasp or the pin that the Harper guy gave me and I like attach it on the side of my hat.
Ooh. That's a good idea.
I don't notice that. Intentionally.
You're busy casting magic.
I'm so ready. I want to speak with animals.
Did he give us one of those total or each?
each, all of you accepted an invite into the Harper's Guild.
Then I will follow suit with my fine feathered friend. We're all
Sees Crow
We're
up
all
there.
feathered group of feather, 3 feathers up Featherdale, fine feathered friends. Yeah.
I just imagine like Crow with monocle with Doomer voice is like, here's my pen. I'm not ready.
Alright. Speak with Animal goes off after a while. Some people kind of like give the chanting that's hiding behind a corner a look, but none are too interested in wasting their time going and checking it out.
I emerge.
Emerge.
Maxine! I'm just kidding. That's a good way to spook a horse. I immediately, with calm demeanor, knowing with animal handling to not spook a horse, I'm like gauging each horse, sort of talking casually to them like, Maxine? Maxine? Have you seen Maxine?
So as you draw nearer to the stables, you are approached by a stable hand or two.
Okay. Hello.
Howdy!
Percy, help! He's speaking like you.
He speaks a language I don't understand.
Nice to meet you. My friend was wanting to inquire with a couple of your horses. She's really interested in the conversations. I don't really understand it myself, but
You want to
know
talk
how
to some
druids
horses?
work.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, we get kids that ask that all the time.
I've heard you have a really pretty mare, Maxine.
Well, she may be in, may be out. I don't really keep track of the logs and stuff. Kind of new here, but you know, feel free to go up and down the line. And...
Is she a
thank
Pinto,
you.
a Thoroughbred, Tennessee Walker, Clydesdale? What does she look like?
I
Tennessee
shovel
doesn't
poop.
exist.
Do you know what her poop looks like then?
No,
Dale Walker.
Good.
but it tastes like mint.
Oh, great. We got a weird one.
He's the weird one.
All you go around and taste the poop and see which one tastes like mint.
I'll
No.
pass. Thanks. Thanks for the kind suggestion.
Do you know
I
someone
pass
who
him
would-
a couple of nibs.
Do you know someone
you.
who would have those logs? It's really only this.
Oh, you gotta go talk to one of them administrative types up there in the office. They'll probably give you some run around. It's probably just quicker to walk up and down the line if that's what your thing is.
If we have
That is literally what your thing is. Let's do that.
I'm gonna do that.
We skip right through the bureaucracy. Go right to the source, hard-hitting facts.
Hey, just don't go into the stables, right? You gotta get proper clarification stuff. But you can walk up, and if they walk to the front and want to be pet, you can pet them. That's fine. There's some brushes on the side. They usually like it if you scratch them behind the ears with it.
I do indeed grab a brush.
Brushy, brushy.
And if there are any cow treats.
Cow treats for horses?
They're
Well,
the same treats.
There
They're
are
maple
sugar
treats.
cubes
Are they?
that are also.
Cool.
The stable hand hands you a few.
Thank you. This isn't enough.
Loop.
Honestly, if you had sugar
Well,
cubes,
you just be careful. They get really
Yes.
nippity if
Yes,
you
I
hold
have.
up treats. Yeah. Like
me
that.
too.
How's my animal hand?
So,
Glad to help.
thank you. Well, what's your name?
Bronx.
Okay, cool. I'm so not interested in this guy. My speak with animals is clicking down. You know what I mean? Like, you
Okay.
can finish talking to him, and I'll.
Yep.
I'm already done talking to him. I was done talking to him a while ago.
And there's about a dozen and a half horses, so the stable's about half full.
Maxine?
Some of the horses are just like the concept of. They do get the concept of names, but they don't necessarily know that Maxine is a name all the time. Some of them won't know Maxine. Some of them would.
We wouldn't be here if we were talking to a dumb horse. Like, I don't waste my time.
Yeah, we're looking for
We're
the real
looking
deal.
for a Maxine who is
Who
a
speaks-
strong, independent horse,
Uh-huh.
Also talks.
and also already talks.
Yeah. So speak with animals might be a little superfluous, right?
No, you always communicate. Accommodate when you can.
Unless you're trying to.
Speak in their native tongue, you know.
Yeah.
All right. So you're kind of just like running through the ranks. You get about 10 horses in, and you're just like, "Do you know a Maxine?" Which comes out mostly as a neigh. You get a lot of neighs,
Nay, I do not know Maxine.
but this one just kind of like prances a little bit, and then like bows his head and points towards a dray that's coming in. Apparently.
Okay, I walk sort of in the direction of that dray, but I don't get in the way.
It like lets out a rather frustrated towards gesture at you, like pushing up against the stable, the one that you were just talking to.
Oh, here.
It catches the sugar cube.
Whippets.
With it
I was
just-
like,
with his
what?
lips reach out.
What's the horse? Oh, I would not be. I'm not the. No,
I
not
got
me.
2 sugar cubes. 2 nibs, here you go. 2 sugar cubes, here you go.
So you see a very distinct, like that horse. Just looking at it, you can tell it just doesn't fit in with the others. Really, there's something about it that just stands out, and it's in the middle of the current. Like I guess if it's being pulled by 4, it's in the 3rd slot.
Purple.
No.
Bean?
Oh, hello.
am disturbed.
Did the two of us here?
Yeah, you heard. Oh, hello. Which, by the way, is really weird looking coming out of a horse lips.
Yeah. I bet it is. Is she currently being still handled by the dray driver?
Yes, they are pulling into the station, as it were.
Perhaps discreetness.
How can I help you? As she continues trotting along to.
When do you get off your shift?
Oh, I'm getting a shoe repair here in a few minutes. They're unhitching me.
We'll speak to you then.
Ah, okay. Have a good time.
Weirdo.
Weird
it's not even
human. It's not a human.
What if it's druid? What if it's some weird?
I mean, I think
druid has been
find
trapped in its horse form for
What if it
centuries.
voluntarily is like, I don't have a place in the world as a human. I want to be a horse all day.
Not to disturb you too much, but even druids in wild shape can't speak as horses.
That's pretty fair.
If you true polymorph someone into a horse long enough to make it permanent, and then awoken that horse.
No. There's probably a
just
combination
awoken
spells
the
out there. I don't know what exactly it is, and there's definitely a permanency spell involved, but I don't know.
Let's not think about.
Let's not think about it too much.
I am thinking about it too much.
There's the one that bestows languages to others. I don't remember what it is.
Astra mentions, what if it's a druid? I think that's her. She just recently found out about druids. You know,
Whoa, yeah.
Definitely. Well, that they're just everywhere. It's not just a Olo her thing. You know.
That's fair.
She knew about druids, but not to the extent of hey, we've got the Emerald Enclave. Here's this. Druids are everywhere.
Look at all these people that are kind of like us, but not.
So she's definitely is that a druid? No, I don't know. Is that a wizard? I think she would know.
I think it might just be a horse. They can talk.
It seems like.
But I mean, if you
You
want it,
fellas, I'm going to get my shoe hooked right now. If you want to come talk to me, I would love some company. This is quite boring.
let's go talk to a horse.
I'm assuming this is
hero.
loud enough that the other handlers are aware and not particularly perturbed by the fact that this horse is speaking.
Yeah, they seem to just.
Par
Be
for the
real
course?
with
Okay.
Yeah. Don't antagonize her. She will talk your ear off.
I'm very interested. I walk over there.
Just paw up, hoof me, commoner.
Oh Lord.
Put her there.
Is the blacksmith doing this or?
Oh no,
Stable?
he's not there yet.
Okay. Before the blacksmith gets there, they're like, we were told that you had some information about Zentarum.
Who told you that?
Points to the pins.
What are those?
There seems to be some miscommunication about our connection here. You work for the Harper's Guild, yes?
I don't know who those are. Who are you? I've never seen you before.
We're new.
So is everyone that we just meet.
We have the wrong Maxine.
No, I'm the only talking Maxine I know of.
Big city, you know.
Who?
I go around it a lot. It's my job.
Who did this to you? Who gave you the ability to speak common?
Who gave you the ability to speak common?
Her parents.
Mine too.
Your parents also talking?
Sensitive.
Her parents were also.
Is it sensitive?
I attempt to speak with this creature via mind link.
I don't like this. I prefer talking out loud. It's one of the gifts I have. I'd like to use it.
I attempt to speak with animals with her. And speak in horse.
Nay, says the wise horse. I do not wish to speak in horse.
Get all of your attention speaking in common.
It gets me more attention.
You're like a sugar cube.
Yes.
Good. Phew, I'm glad we got past that.
Oh my gosh. This sugar cube is really good. You should try something. You like sugar cubes?
I do enjoy sugar cubes.
I'm an occasional fan.
Me too. I like them in my coffee
What kind
too.
of horse is she? Is she brown? Is she black? Is she white? Does she have spots? Is she not bluso? Like,
She's
does she have long fur? Is she short fur?
like a medium height brown, like, I don't know what the typical span length would be.
Generic.
5 to 6 hand spans. Short horse?
That's a short horse.
She's a short horse.
Is she actually?
Yeah, and she has a like a blonde mane. And she's got what she refers to as her birthmark. On her shoulder is like just a patch of white hair.
It's a beautiful birthmark.
Oh, I know. I get compliments on it all the time. And then people hear me speak, and it's even better.
Does it tickle whenever somebody brushes it?
No, but it feels like you're satisfying a very scratch.
Do I hold up brush? Eh?
And then turns her shoulder to you.
Oh, well, you would have to tell us what we'd want to know.
What do you want to know?
We were sent here by, what's the name of the guy? Mert?
Don't know the dude. You seem to know an awful lot about stuff I don't know.
Fancy clothes.
Why should I trust you?
Not.
That is fair.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you guys got those pins from killing people who you shouldn't be killing.
That's
Let me see the pin
fair.
and see if there's bloodstains on it. I'm somewhat of an investigator.
I produce my pitch.
I think this is a much better situation than the one I was originally feeling we were being proposed with, which was that you were completely unaware of the situation. I'm glad to be
I'm a
working
Harper.
with you.
Oh, I shouldn't say that.
Well, it's been said. I mean, we were aware.
I should hoof you where you stand until I can prove that you're actually one of them.
I'll hoof you right back.
No.
Oh, God.
Mine are bigger.
I know.
But this isn't a
I
hoofing
don't think
competition.
so.
This is not a hoofing competition. You're correct.
I have 4, you only have 2.
How might we prove our honesty or harperness to you? Is there something that you would wish beyond proof of these pins?
Roll a persuasion check.
I am quite persuasive.
Yeah, something that
That's
doesn't
I-
speak an animal should definitely be a you guys thing.
That's hard to read. 14. Nice.
I like you guys. You're very quizzical. I don't think you'd be a Harper if you weren't quizzical. But since you are quizzical, and there's no blood on that pen, maybe you are who you say you are. Who was it that you said brought you into the fold?
Mert.
Who else do you know of the Harpers?
Not much of anyone, I believe.
Mert and you, I think. Technically, these two.
We actually know one more.
Yes, I know one more. The
Fucking, what's
blah
his
blah
nuts?
blah blah blah.
Rainier.
Why didn't you
Rainier.
say?
Oh, Rainier is part of the Harpers, right?
Rainier would never tell a non-Harper that he's a Harper. You guys told a non-Harper that you were a Harper. Very quickly. You didn't know I was a Harper, did you?
Well, we were
weren't
told by
sitting
Mert that you were in fact part of the Harpers Guild, and we were.
I'm a
shown
great
these
informant.
things.
He sits down and is just like in a pump stud.
I suppose there was the chance that we had the wrong talking horse Maxine.
That's
No.
what I was saying. It is a large magical city of splendors that I'd expect at least 2 or 3
Nah.
magical
It's a pretty common name.
Nay, I say. It's only me, Maxine.
The one and only.
I'm
that's
sure
why I make a
there's
great
more
informant.
like you.
Huh?
I'm sure there's more like you. What
No.
about your mom and dad?
None of them named Maxine, though.
Not me, Maxine. He's right. He's
But
what
I'm
you
sure,
call an
I
investigator.
mean, what's the
Reads
difference
the details.
between one mayor and the other that talk?
Oh, sure, there's a couple more. They're not Harpers, though. And they don't see what I do. I have really good eyes. Eat
It's
a lot
true,
of
we're
carrots.
relying on those eyes currently.
Yes.
We're in need of some information about the Centaurum.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Our current mission, I believe.
Oh, yes. Then I guess you guys would be the ones I'm supposed to inform on the news that I have.
That is our
Yep.
presumption, yes.
Yeah,
We weren't
why
given
did you
many
just say so?
details.
Why
Well,
didn't we?
We need some privacy. The other horses can sometime.
That's fair. We have one that can talk to horses.
If
in our
someone,
party.
if a horse is being shooed, they're usually put in their own stall. Where's more private stuff?
You have access to the inner sanctum.
The VIP stall?
Well, go tell them I'm ready to be shooed, and they'll put me in the main stall. Maybe ahead of time before the blacksmith gets there.
You can do that.
Yep. She wants to be shooed and a muzzle.
No.
No muzzle. Don't muzzle me. How about I muzzle you?
It was a joke.
It's not a very funny one.
You laughed.
Nay.
Enough. Do you, just for my own curiosity's sake, do you enjoy the bridal and like the whole thing? Like, is this?
What? Being on a hitch?
Or yes. Well, what makes you so inclined to participate?
Well, one, it's a job, and I get paid and housed. A little bit better than this sometimes, but this is a smaller hub, and there's perks with it. But how else could you be a great informant? I get information of all sorts of people traveling through the city.
All right.
As long as I just don't go talking my mouth off, is what they say, then I won't be detected so easily. But people who are looking for me can obviously find me, but not much people look for a talking horse. Many. I think that's the English, the common way of saying that.
Do you get harassed by the circus often?
No. Do you?
It was
I think you're
not in-
projecting.
It was not in bad faith. It was more of a question of.
Oh, no. I think there are plenty of reasons to hate things like circuses, especially if they treat you like some kind of weird magical foreign entity when we're clearly just beings of nature.
What about a
Exactly.
special circus that visits every once in a while? Names the circus that we were talking about that goes up and down the coast.
You're talking about the traveling circus of Drow Dragonderf, maybe?
Something along the lines of Brag and Darth, or
You guys have received
there was also
another
the
name.
Queen Bee.
Oh yes, we did. The kid. No, the Queen's Bee was
The ship that we were on. She used our ship.
Yeah, no, I didn't write. Because the only one I haven't written.
You also got told the Sea Maiden's fair.
Seed Maidens.
Yeah.
Fair.
Write it down.
I'll write that. Sorry.
That's fair with an E at the end of it.
Sea Maiden's Fair. Have you heard of them?
Maybe. Not really much of interest there, though, I don't think. But that being said, don't take it from me. I'm a horse and I stay on land.
Okay. I go. I try to flag down that.
Can't swim. Very well.
Horses swim.
That.
Very well. I'm
Horse
allowed to
hand.
suck at some things.
Yeah, I agree.
I try to flag down that horse hand to let them know that the mare is ready to be
Maxine's ready
shooting.
for her
Apparently.
She's ready for her hoofing, huh? Shooing?
Apparently.
On her time, I suppose. Okay, let me move you now before the blacksmith gets here. He's running a little behind.
I can
Don't shoot the
move
messenger.
her if.
I would be liable if.
Okay, all right.
But what if she escaped?
Come on, Max.
Oh no.
And like she prances her way over to a nearby, though slightly more remote stable.
Also, I take a look at her whenever she's showing her hoof off. Like, how bad is her? Not home.
It's not bad. It's
What a dog.
well, you don't understand. I don't always pull drays. Sometimes carriage, stagecoach. No, some of the more private stuff.
Ah.
Which is where your information comes in. They're going to be shooting me up. Going to give me some points with a hoof. Give me a little bit more sophisticated and established finery, if you will. I'm going to be wearing a coat of arms later and some gilding. They're great. What?
Does she look like
Military
one of those
parade?
horses? You didn't describe you described a brown bag special horse. You did not describe a fancy braided hair, wears fucking.
Listen,
Are you familiar with the term disguise?
An informant wears many disguises.
Yes, and I look the part, and I will be fancified for my
I'm sure.
Darling.
You know, anything is
I
possible with
believe
disguise
it.
self and other magical means.
and normal means.
Correct.
You can take
get
a
my hair
horse
done
to
later.
water,
I'm
but
getting my
you
hooves
can't
done
make
now.
it pretty.
Yes, you can.
I'm just kidding. You're
That's what
so
you do in the
pretty.
morning?
You're so pretty. You're so. Starts brushing.
Why are you
so
getting in a fight with a horse?
You'd be an awful caddy to this horse.
No, you're so pretty.
Okay, anyways, so there I was.
Is a birthmark in any particular shape or some weird shit?
Just a dot.
Damn it! It doesn't look like she was injected with some serum that makes her talking.
No!
Darn you for not having trauma.
No,
Do you
no
go
traumatic
that way?
injuries on this horse. Horse.
Except for the whole shoeing thing, but it kind of depends on how you look at that.
Yeah, you know.
Well, I don't have feeling down there, so it's okay. Yeah. Like when you put on a shoe.
Yeah, something like that. we'll have to let's talk to Ren about that later.
Right.
See what it feels like to be shoed.
No.
It's
Probably-
not too bad. Hand me your feet. I'll show you.
Nope.
Yeah, holds up hoof. Like.
You see, you're gonna put your knee on the ground and lift your foot in the air. I'm gonna put this tack.
So,
Oh.
before the blacksmith gets here.
Oh, yes. Before he gets here. He's so gossipy.
I'm sure most blacksmiths. No, never mind. I don't think I've ever met a gossipy blacksmith.
Oh. Well, you should. Well, they talk your ear off.
So the helmet can fit better.
Anyways, you were here for?
Information about the Zentarum.
Oh, right. Ask me one more time.
Information about the Zentarum.
Oh, the Zentarum. See, I have a lot of information, not all about the Zentarum. So if you're just here for the Zentarum, I want to make sure I give you the right stuff, you know?
That's specifically the one we were set to find out.
Yeah. Okay, so Stagecoach, a couple days ago. Let's see. I was giving a ride to like a half-orc like bodyguard type. No, real strong looking. And this beautiful elf. One of the common ones, like not like this noble kind of looking. Picked it up at an intersection in town. Not sure which one. Dropped him off at the Yawning Portal though. They talked while they were in the stagecoach. There's not many people think that a horse is gonna keep a conversation. And the brain log. Anyways.
Very fair.
Yeah, so they talked about hiring spies out to root out the Xanathar Guild. Yeah, out of the hideouts, the Xanathar Guild hideouts out of the city. I got some descriptions if you want.
Yeah.
That'd
So
be great.
they were looking to hire spies to
Root out
figure
the
out
Xanathar Guild
Xanathar
hideouts.
Also, I just want to point out that, like, at this point, if you're even moderately competent at your job, how do you not know about the fact that there's a talking horse that never shuts up, carrying carriages around or working for the drays? Like, I feel like anytime you're on a dray at this point, you should know
No
to keep your
business
mouth
happens.
shut. Like, she's not exactly very secretive about the fact that she talks her mouth off.
Or maybe
I just
she
look
doesn't talk to people that often.
No!
Something tells me that that's not the case, but maybe that
Maxine, hello, it's
I
me.
think it's a little bit of the like taxi driver effect where it's like they know that there's a horse that talks. They don't care. That horse isn't important.
Yes, sure.
It's like the same, like you have a taxi driver. They would probably be speaking in tones that the taxi driver wouldn't overhear.
That's fair. You know, that's a pretty reasonable explanation.
Anyways, I have it on good word that they are the Zentarum. They are the people that you should be interested in. And then she proceeds to give you guys a rather immaculate description of both Davelstar Song and Yager Stonefist. You guys already saw it coming, but
We keep our interest as though we are not surprised. Oh, yeah. Oh,
not surprised. You should be surprised by this information. You didn't know that.
I've never met this person. So like you're just describing a random person to me.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm not surprised that a random person is a member of the Zentarum.
Speak words very fancifully. You know what? My shoeing's here. So if you
No.
will bid me adieu,
Is
I
that
have to look
it?
presentable. What? Yes, that's it. I ferried some Zentarum members They're definitely operating within the city, and they're definitely looking for the Xanathar Guild hideouts.
Right. Did you have any other information about the Xanathar Guild hideouts?
No.
What about, have you ever seen a matchlock? Describes gun. Describes smell of gunpowder and black powder.
Nope. No, I can't say that I have.
Can I
Nay.
do any favor that if you see anything like it, maybe even
If you
drown?
scratch my spot one more time.
Okay, then I give it a good.
Oh, right there. Yep.
Shake a few.
It's against my diet, but one more.
Lord.
Well, I mean,
The blacksmith is approaching. You guys can see him off in the distance now.
we very technically got the information we needed.
Time to go back to being a normal horse.
Good luck with that.
Nay.
Nay.
Yay.
Nay.
You can clearly see the blacksmith is like, oh, Maxine, no, why me? Why me? Why today? Why my shift?
Anyway.
Yoo-hoo! I'm ready for my shoeing!
Yikes.
Christmas campaign?
Oh, yoo-hoo!
Yes, we leave.
Yes, we leave.
And then once we leave, we probably
Good luck out there. Take your pins off, by the way. That's stupid.
discuss. I mean, is it?
Yeah.
Is it particularly secretive to be part of the Harper's Guild?
Absolutely.
Yes.
You are spies.
But also,
I mean-
people don't know that they exist unless they know that they exist. If they know they exist, they're either Harpers or anti-Harpers.
Okay. Why do we have pins?
It
To
identifies
show
you as a
Harpers.
Okay.
Because you could say, hey, I'm a part of this secret organization.
Sorry, when I think of pin, I think of like, I'm gonna pin it on me and like show off my pin, not like. Okay, I'm caught up. All right, but yeah. So
you also wear like a brooch.
we
on
can
the
discuss
outside
if
of
this
the
is
club.
even. Are we going to complete this mission?
I mean,
It's just one more box.
are we
You
going
catch
to
my drift.
complete this mission? I don't necessarily know. The Mert was aware that there were multiple factions of the Zentarum, and the fact that those two are in the city and looking to root out members of the Xanathar's Guild, not a negative.
Certainly not, but I imagined that Davil would not be particularly fond of us spilling his secrets around to other big, important members of the city, is all I'm saying.
That is also true.
Do we wish to... Do we want our hand in 2 cookie jars or 1? I'm particularly partial to keeping my hand in as many cookie jars as possible, but I don't know how well we are at balancing our diet.
I mean, I'm fine with taking the head on any dealings with Zentarum if you want to take the head on any dealings with the Harpers. If you want to do something like similar to that.
My old master did always tell me to partake in as much pie as you can get your opportunities to,
a lot
because you
of
never
food
know
algorithm.
when you're going to be
Did you
lost in the
breakfast?
mountains without any food. That's all I'm saying.
Breakfast.
I didn't actually eat breakfast.
Well, he was going to,
As
but
a
we were
human
out of blueberry
being, Colin Harris
pancakes.
did not eat any food this morning, and I'm starving.
I mean, following this analogy, we can spread out the
Butter onto
yeah,
multiple
sure.
pieces of toast.
I love this truck.
That'll work out this time.
I think that we should wait until we get back inside of the inn before we continue having this conversation openly.
What do you mean? It's
Well, that's
not
what
like the horses on the Drake can hear us.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like once we put ourselves into a private situation, this is when I wanted to discuss this topic.
Okay, so the intention was be like meh, 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 until we get back to 3 feathers up and then talk about it.
Sure.
Yeah. Talking in areas that were not just like, hey, yeah, it's real weird that this gang war is happening.
I mean, like from our perspective, probably it's not particularly surprising that Davil's trying to investigate. Like from what Davil's told us already, like
Right.
it seems obvious that he would be employing spies to be looking at the other criminal underground organizations that are going
Right.
on in
We
the
can
city.
be those spies.
This could literally also just be not a slight miscommunication of like, this isn't passing on like information on like how like this is some really like heavy shit that's happening in town, but rather like information on, hey, you should go, like the Harper should go talk to Davil Starsong because he's looking for spies and you're spies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fair for us to not necessarily interpret too deeply into.
Currently, I think that this information isn't necessarily harmful. It's mostly harmless information. I think that we don't necessarily know the motives or intent of any of these groups. We know that we have a group of possibly respectable druid folk. We have a group of associated with a gang, but they're the good version of a gang. And then we have a group of spies, but we don't really know what any of them are after necessarily. So I don't think there's any harm in passing this information on. Maybe we can reconsider if...
All I'm saying is that Davil doesn't seem the type to particularly care how harmless the information we're passing on is. That doesn't mean I don't think we should proceed. Just something to think about.
Definitely will be keeping it in mind.
Okay. In that regard, then let us turn in our quest.
Yes. How do we do?
We return back to the
I
person
remember
who
specifically
gave
asking
it.
him that question, and I was given an answer, which I actually did write down, if I remember right. Yeah, so the Harpers, there's something about Crescent Moon Manor in the Sea Ward, where we could potentially go to drop off that information.
Cool. We head that way?
Harp in Crescent. Oh. My own writing.
Okay. Do you guys point out that you were trying to travel to Mert's mansion in the Seaboard? Going back into the Seaboard, you, especially during the daytime, you are just greeted to extravagant luxury for the sake of being extravagant and luxurious.
I changed clothes to look appropriate.
I don't want to be in Dockward clothes still.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's...
Yeah, you guys probably could have changed your attire like when you slept at your
Yeah.
house, so.
Yeah.
I don't want the default to assume that unless I'm going to the Dockward, I look,
Take 6
When
seconds.
I
to
As
say-
normal as you look, you know.
I look.
Child.
You guys are
All the stereotypes of all D&D characters looking cool as heck. And then being like, I look normal, and it's just like a Sarah,
How, on a scale of 1 to 10, how flower child do you look?
So
Like, dress-wise.
I pretty much look very flower child,
Okay.
but it's like the linens themselves are higher quality. The high slit skirt is the lower quality.
A hodgepodge of
Yeah.
culture.
Definitely earthy tones. But the thing that really it doesn't really matter what she's wearing if she has literal bright red hair. that looks like bottle red. Not like natural ginger, but like a bottle red with a twinge of maroon.
Like you took a whole lot of berries from your childhood and just constantly rubbed them in your hair.
Yeah. I think when we were children, it was like a little bit more of a natural red, but something changed.
Being lit on fire really changed my perspective on life, huh?
Really came out.
That's blazing.
Okay. They have hidden
Whereas like you're a satyr
Right?
and you've got
10 out of 10 flower child.
No. So I've got a few different outfits for occasions, I guess. My default traveling clothes are very much like leaning poor monk monastery, like they're just clothes to get by, but then like being in the city, you know, different outfits for different occasions. Both so full spectrum.
I think there's probably a big difference between like, there's probably this whole full spectrum of like fine monk clothes versus like ratty monk clothes.
Yeah, I think I think it's just a complete 180 on like a literal type of attire.
Yeah.
Of just, if I'm in my monk's clothes, like they're my monk's clothes, and
there are
then,
your yoga pants, and then there's your
and then there's my like
prom dress.
like upper class mafia outfit.
Okay.
Right.
And you always look dapper as fuck, right?
Something like that. I always dress at least somewhat decent.
So
You
it's
get the
like,
hat thing going on too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
like pinstripe suit, hat, Shanna shoes, wristwatch. No, sorry, pocket watch. Pocket sundial.
Want to buy a
I
sundial?
want to buy a sundial. No, we don't want to buy a sundial.
Yeah,
That's a
no.
good question. How do people tell the time in Waterdeep?
clocks.
There you go, clocks.
Like actual clocks on the
Tick
like
tock, tick tock,
12.
tick tock.
Yeah. Just actual clocks. There's a few sundials around, but
What's the minimum size
actual
of your
clocks?
like typical
Hello,
clock?
friends.
Clock? Or like, do they have like clock?
they usually
pocket
don't.
watch?
They don't have pocket watch level. They're like moderately newer inventions. Most of them are like,
Is there a clock tower?
yeah. There's multiple throughout the city.
Oh,
Put our secret base in there.
for the secret base is the top of the clock tower?
So you guys arrive at a mansion, an estate of sorts,
Okay.
completely run down, overgrown with vines and such. Has not seen a caretaker in quite some time.
Okay.
Yes.
And you are assured multiple times, as you guys are like, huh? that this is the estates of Mert.
Something doesn't surprise me about that, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not particularly.
I
Good choice.
approach.
Okay.
We go to the.
There's no one there to greet you at the front door.
Is it open?
It's unlocked.
You guys attempt to knock, or
I do not cast the knock spell.
Yes. I knock on the front door first.
okay.
Alright, that was my
I see.
intention.
Yeah. No, I meant like there's nobody like out front to greet you or any or like.
Oh yeah, I don't expect that
There's no one at the
anywhere
gate.
really.
Was that the Emerald Enclave, the previous villa that you went to?
So we walk up
Yeah.
and you knock on the door.
Yes.
I do not knock on the door.
How long do you wait before you get no answer?
Probably like 2 minutes or so.
You get no answer for 2
I
minutes.
don't wait 2 minutes.
Okay.
Shortly after he knocks and there's no response, I open the door. Or attempt to open the door.
Stealthily?
No.
It opens.
I step inside.
Okay.
So,
Dusty, in need of a few services.
Is it
Dimly-
lit?
It's no. There's some like outside light pouring through some of the broken windows.
I look back at my companions. Are you coming?
I'm following.
After we step inside, I close the door and then call out to Yeah, he described it as his place, right? So I'll just call out to Mert.
Okay.
Any response?
You can hear that your voice kind of like echoes down like the entryway and off into some adjacent rooms before bouncing back. It's actually rather impressive, the acoustics in here. But you don't get a response.
If I were him, I would have something set up in the basement. I look for a basement.
Oh.
Okay.
I cast light on something and give it to you. I cast light on whatever card that she's struggling to draw.
After a brief look through the house, you do not find a basement. You find a few rooms of less than great interest. A bunch of side rooms, a bunch of like tarps thrown over like old furniture at this point. You find a kitchen that has a bowl with semi-fresh fruit in it, and pantry that is mostly empty.
Missed opportunity to have a basement in a place like this. Well, could we wait?
Might not be home very often. We can look around, make sure he's not just...
That was us looking around, I believe, correct?
For the most part. Roll an investigation check for me.
Sure. This is the thing that I'm not particularly great at. Must it be me that rolls for investigation?
You claimed that you were looking for the basement.
Yes. Okay. 14.
Okay. The most that you get is that your tracks are the only fresh tracks in there. From walking in, you can literally see your feet and hooves like imprinting in the dust, and you can tell that there is an older set of tracks that look like a humanoid that are already beginning to dust back over. The place hasn't been disturbed in quite some time, at least from the entryways that you can observe, which is mostly just the one.
Detect magic. I immediately start ritually casting detect magic.
Okay.
While she casts that, I try to see where those that set of footprints is going.
You can see that it like walks into the kitchen, meanders around a little bit, ends up in the bedroom. That's about it.
Okay. There's nothing of note in the bedroom, or...
You see a rather ornate kind of like tapestry of what you would have to guess as a significantly younger and more fit adventurous Mert, like attacking some giant beast.
So what we know about Mert is he used to be an adventurer.
Till it took an arrow to the knee.
Giant slayer, giant weapons.
And that he told us to come here when we had the information that looking for.
He actually didn't say that.
Well, that would have been good to know. What did he say?
He said anytime you want to visit him, you can come visit him at his mansion in the Northward. Or Seaward.
In relation to me asking how we would get this information to him, though, right? Was there some reason that I would believe that answer did not fit my description?
He wouldn't have dissuaded you if that's what you thought of the situation.
Okay.
So because we got in here and we're like, this obviously is not where we're supposed to turn in this information. We continue breaking and entering.
We can just go to the bar and talk to Rainier instead.
Sure.
If this is a bust.
This seems like a bust. Alright, yeah. If we find nothing of note, we leave.
Mm-hmm.
You do not find a note either, so you can leave.
But does my detect magic pop up?
Your detect magic goes off. There, you can sense like vestiges of ancient, long dispelled kind of magics in like particularly a room that kind of looks like it was a library once. The magic has been dispelled. Like there was a lamp that, or what looked like a lamp that might have been like perhaps a never-ending flame at one point. Stuff
Very
like that.
Cool.
You get the sensation that Just from quick looks, one, he's been in ownership of this place for a long time. It's been in disrepair for a long time, and both of those times seem to be much longer than a normal human lifespan, of which he is.
Yeah, he kind of alluded to that when we had talked to him, that he was longer lived than maybe we would expect. He's a lich.
A lich, probably.
You got it.
All you gotta do is be able to cast spells.
Okay.
So
We head to a Dre and go back to the yawning portal.
wait.
Oh, it's you guys!
There's something special about this room. There's like remnants of
You can have a look around.
magic, ancient. There might have been a endless flame here.
That's impressive. Not
Looks like a-
particularly all that impressive.
Regular library to me. Is there... Can you sense anything particular?
I try and sense anything. Type of magic. What type of magic was it?
The type that summons a never-ending flame.
Yeah, but I would know that.
Yes, but I think Robert does it.
Oh.
It's probably like evocation.
Yeah, it's
something like
probably
that.
evocation. I'm not
I
sure.
also know that and express to you that I can cast that spell.
Oh.
It's not that big a deal.
Yeah, but what kind of magic is that?
Just divine magic.
So does that make him a god?
Probably not.
But what if he's lived super long?
There's plenty of things
Lived
people can
super
do
long, divine.
Yeah.
So he's a god.
I don't think so. Probably just an adventurer.
It's also an arcane spell.
Probably.
But why would his... Where would he sleep at... He doesn't sleep. He was sleeping at the opera. He has no place to sleep. He doesn't sleep here. Divine
If he
magic.
has a place to sleep, it's here.
He doesn't sleep here.
Right.
Seems like a man who might have many places to sleep, or wherever he so wishes.
Or he's just a god that never sleeps.
I don't think that
We've
Merc
already
is a god.
met one god this week, right?
Demigod.
There's so many.
I give a chuckle at that.
You know, that thing.
Right.
Mhm.
Does he even have a soul? What if he doesn't have a soul?
We're starting to ask some.
You should ask him next time we meet.
Are we gonna go see him now?
No, we're going to go see Vernier, who may actually be able to help us, as clearly this man cannot.
Do you think he'll have the answers to my questions?
No, I don't. I don't think he will at all. I'm sorry, Astra.
Let's go back to the opera.
At some point, I'd love to.
Don't look at me, I'm not here.
Idea.
Weekly visit. Spending all of our money on the opera.
Oh, you're wearing that dress again?
Oh, jeez. What's my...
You sure you want to go back to the opera? Wait, we could bring Maxine to the opera.
Ah, yes.
Perfect.
No.
Nah, I've been there once or twice. Put me in a few shows.
No! Right.
Ask her if she was a
So
pathological liar.
yawning portal to see Rainier.
I think
Sure.
that's our wisest course of action here.
Yep.
Okay. You guys wait for a Dre. Dre's don't come up to the seaboard so typically, mostly stagecoaches and stuff, so you find yourselves having to walk a little bit before you get one.
Yeah, is the seaward so crowded with people?
Seaboard is significantly less crowded.
I don't mind walking.
Still crowded, but you're not looking at like people trying to be unscrupulous. There's a rather large presence of moving city watch throughout these areas too. You're not likely to get something done or be got by something.
The more walking we're allowed to do, the better, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah. Not have any problem with walking a bit to get to a Dre.
Okay. You find that you make your way through most of the seaward back towards the castle ward before you hitch a ride. And then the driver's like, oh, thank God, let me just drop these people off real quick and then we'll go back down. Like don't interfere too much. You don't get a lot of business. Cool. And you know, some short time later, you guys are back to the yawning portal. Hustling and bustling, even at midday.
I think on the way over, I'll ask Astra. So, was this demigod the first demigod you've met? Have you met gods before this?
I might have. I wouldn't really know if I met one. I might have met one. More than likely have met one. Well, don't know what you would call them.
What makes you think that?
Because I'm not sure God is the right word, or demigod. Because like you could just say powerful spirit, or you know, fuck, whatever the word is.
Oh,
As far as I know, there's quite a difference between a demigod and a powerful spirit. Have you met any powerful spirits in the forest where you grew up?
Some.
Being secretive, are you?
Looks at secret background. Yes. No. Well, I mean, I think Olo is very powerful.
He sounds like a wonderful, powerful man.
But who's to know if you've met one? You could have looked them right in the face and not known.
True. I suppose it was strange that this one decided to
The
speak his
spirits are
mind
all
on us.
around us.
nay.
Whether or not they show you that they're there, I mean, you can sneak in back rooms and not be noticed. You don't think a god or demigod or greater enchanted soul would be able to do just the same, if not better?
I think that there are a lot of things that hide their presence from us normal folk.
I don't think many gods or demigods have much interest in dealing with us.
What else do they deal with? Cards?
People like
dice?
us, but stronger.
Something like that.
Who
least
knows
I-
the strength of a soul until it's tested?
Checks character sheet.
Mine
says I have 14 AC
Hey,
and
we're
17
talking about the
HP.
gods. There stops here.
I don't intend to have yelling conversations, by the way. So it's like if not that I would hush myself, but like I know that there are Maxians in the world.
Oh, now you care about people overhearing magical incantation or rare speech.
That's different. I don't give a shit if anybody hears me detect magic or speak with animals. But my personal information about my spiritual...
I
My
always
social
intend personal
security number,
conversations.
I'm not gonna let some horse know my SSID.
God.
Hey, where's the bank that we take all of our money to? Yeah, what was that idea again?
How much gold do you have on
It's
you right
the
now?
Castle Bank in the North Ward.
Oh, thanks. What's your mother's maiden name?
I actually have that on my character sheet for my mom.
Down there? You know, you think it's strange.
I actually have like my character has an actual background. And, like,
You know, Maxine has been known to frequent a few banks in the North Ward.
oh, Maxine, I'm sure they would love to give you money.
Horse comes up to the bank. Yes, I'd like to make a withdrawal.
Yes, Astra.
Maxine,
Can I get it in sugar cubes?
God, you know how many sugar cubes I would buy with the stuff that's at our bank?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're here at the yawning portal.
They're looking for
Fanfare.
Rainier and the others of his posse.
Rainier is taking up residence with his usual companions. And one other that you don't recognize.
So
But Floon
Bolo
and
and
Bolo are there.
Floon and Floon's wife off stage somewhere.
In a stroke of like different colors, Loon does not look to be inebriated.
Something serious has gone wrong. I rush over there.
He did get got by his old lady last time we were here, so
Yeah.
Hello,
You
good
guys approach.
friends.
Willow goes, oh, hello. Someone's just like, present.
You look a little down on your luck, Flu.
Want a rationing.
Bolo, what's wrong?
Rationing. That's a good way of saying
What do you
it.
mean, what's wrong? Nothing's wrong.
You didn't immediately say, buy my book.
Everyone's
Are
just
you
having
interested?
one of those days.
Bolo, what is wrong?
Well, nothing. Do you have any more word on the specters that are in your...
Crazies. So, you tell me what's wrong and I'll tell you about Liv.
Ah, okay. About Liv. Oh, nothing's wrong.
Well, he's just a ghost.
Oh.
And something was wrong with you right now, or I'm not giving you any information.
Oh, I stubbed my toe earlier this morning.
Is Rainier there?
Rainier's there.
Is he also looking...
Oh yeah, he's fine. He's well conducted right now.
Rainier,
Mostly, I think they're just less rowdy than usual.
Rainier, we have some business to talk about when you have a moment.
Yeah, sure. We can find some. Guys, if you don't mind, I'll step away for a bit. He's like, oh, can I come?
Sorry.
Hurt, betrayed by my own friends. First, she takes my drink. Then, you take my friends. A cruel world.
Don't be over dramatic, Bolo and Floon. We'll we should
Bolo, can I have some of yours?
I'd offer to buy him a drink, but I feel like that'd be more taunting than
Yeah.
anything. I think he's under like a more
Perhaps
moral
some,
than a financial
some
cap.
fruit juice and
Look, I'm proud
some
of
bread.
you.
It's not my choice. Don't be proud of me.
Whose choice is it?
Mrs.?
Or the bartender?
The bartender's afraid of the missus and won't serve me anymore. 1 cup a day.
That's
Can
wise.
you believe it? Life is rather droll.
I make the 1 cup joke, like 1 cup, am I right?
1 cup.
Proud of whoever decided that for you.
It's so miserable. I don't understand who wants to go home every
Well,
night.
I think it makes
One
you
time.
less likely to be kidnapped that
Yeah,
way.
but part of the allure is to be rebellious.
Against your wife, and see where that
No,
got
it's
you.
the passion of drink and merriment. The thing that attracted her.
You know, you sound a lot like one of my friends.
Who's
I
that?
believe that he is taking the right decision right now. Some
Doesn't feel like much.
drink and merriment is wonderful, but when
something to
it's
say.
overboard or in excess, it can be harmful to yourself and others. Good on you. The merriment and joy will return, I'm sure of it.
If you go and do a good deed, maybe you'll get a reward.
Got any ideas?
There's plenty of elderly women who need help being walked across the street.
Very interesting. Perhaps-
Children that need raising.
I don't have children.
That thing over there is a little dirty.
I don't work here. And Rainier's like, you don't work anywhere.
So maybe.
She got somewhere.
Yeah, sure, we can talk.
Maybe a purpose.
You're just taunting me.
Or you get a hobby.
I do have a
Ooh,
hobby.
hobbies are nice.
Drinking! Drinking's a hobby! A fun one!
That
Yeah,
hobby
but like
typically
wood
goes
carving or
along
something.
with, maybe a game
Or gambling.
two.
Maybe
Like,
not gambling.
I do gambling too! Which I'm not allowed to anymore!
Maybe you
less.
could get into the craft beer scene.
Oh, yes, I could
Become
just
a brewer.
follow up with.
The
I
worldly
was
sober
a
brewer.
connoisseur of any and all drinks.
Less
Or bad
gambling,
craft or
less
not.
drinking, maybe another game. Maybe, have you ever heard of Dungeons and Dragons?
Have you ever heard of Cheese Tower?
Cheese Tower.
When we get
Craft
back
sodas?
from our thing with Rainier,
Cheese
I'm
Tower
gonna see-
made an appearance at my wedding. Perhaps that's why the missus needs to stop eating so many of them.
Ooh.
Ooh, maybe you should drink less.
Yeah, you know. Oh, suddenly you guys are against me. Woe is me. Dramatic.
Yeah, go back to what was me.
Renier's like, well, this was a conversation. I'll be over there. He's being crabby. Doesn't like being not drunk. Anyways.
What's wrong with Volo?
Nothing's wrong with him. He just gets in a mood sometimes. What's
Something tells
what's
me
up?
it's a mood before one of his crazy adventures.
Maybe. He's been talking about Ghost a lot lately. Like, a lot. And mentions you guys in
I think
about
he's-
25% of those mentionings as well.
Has
Maybe
he
we should
considered
spring for some
going on
extra
boats and heading to the lands of Saltmarsh?
Hasn't mentioned it yet.
Anyway,
Okay.
well,
I love that.
Meanwhile, in the background, Volo just perks up. Salt marsh, you say? I wasn't considering it, but now I am.
we're here on harbor.
Oh, wonderful. So you decided to work with Mert.
Indeed. Do you know of our dealings?
No, but you can pass the information along to me. I know who to get it to.
I do so.
Cool. He does his best impression of not giving notice to the fact that you've just named two people that he's noticed quite often in here. But then he's just like, no, that kind of makes sense. That's just a way of dealing business. What other way to do that? By being anonymous in public. That makes sense. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll pass it along. He probably does have some stuff to say to you as a result of that, so give me just a second.
Well,
So I have a question for you guys. This
an answer.
would have been discussed when we were back at Three Feathers Up. How much additional information do we? So we know some extra information about Dabble and Zagra that's and their proclaimed mission of sorts.
Right.
That might not be public knowledge. That might not be knowledge that Mert has. Is that something that we feel like is important context, or maybe left better unsaid?
I mean, because Mert specifically said that he knows there's multiple factions of Zentarum, and some of them are good and some of them are not.
Yes.
And I would be fine with being bringing up the fact that we have spoken with them, because that much would be obvious, and also that they seem mostly straightforward, and that they presented themselves as not the evil ones, for whatever that is worth.
And then additionally, do we want to tell them that we're working with them?
I mean, I'm sure that they know that,
Right.
more or less.
So do we want to tell them that?
Yeah, we've spoken with them and we've done work with them.
Okay. I probably want to pass on, unless do you have any different opinion on any of that?
no, I think the only thing I'm really worried about is not shoving ourselves too far in that corner.
Yeah, my
Just
first
being
thoughts.
like, yeah, what's wrong with picking up a job, making some money? Like, there's no harm,
Yeah.
no foul. Not like, we represent the Harper's Guild, but actually just being like, yeah, we're new here, we're just feeling it out. We can say we...
I think we've been very clear about that with just about everyone that we've talked to. Where it's like, yeah, we're pulling to do some work or whatever.
Yeah, I think I would be much more hesitant to be openly discussing that we're working with the Harpers with anyone. Now that I'm better on board with the fact that we're not supposed to be part of the Harpers. It's more of a secret situation. My thought here is this: we've been in the Yawning Portal. We've been talking with a member of the Harpers Guild and Bolo since we first walked into the town. Davil seems like the kind of guy who knows some things about stuff. If anyone's going to know that Rainier is a member of the Harpers, it's going to be Davil. And if Davil knows, then he knows before he did any dealings with us that we've been talking with the Harpers, and can pretty much assume that at some point, if not from the beginning, we've been working with them. I don't think that's something that needs saying out loud per se, but is something to keep in our minds that that's probably known information or might be known information.
Right. Yeah, like I'm fine with mentioning that, and like furthermore, like if we bring it up and Rainier is instantly just like, oh no, those are totally the evil ones, then we could like potentially go off of something with that. But because like that's kind of what I mean by like it's pretty harmless information hypothetically, because if we're assuming that the Harpers are somewhat neutral leaning good, and then we assume that this specific faction of the Zentarum is at least decent right now for the work that we've done for them. Like, we're not in inner circles of either, really. We don't know what their motives are either way.
So with Rainier, worst case scenario is he cuts ties, right? Or sends out someone, hey, you worked with them, we get attacked, we're no longer in his favor, right? That's worst case scenario. Best case scenario, he's like, yeah, like, work for them, work for us, we don't care, just don't betray us. But what's the middle ground there?
Betray everyone.
So
Currently what we're doing.
my potential pessimistic view on it is that isn't the worst case scenario, because the way I'm kind of viewing Waterdeep currently is that even the good guys they're just like giant corporations, right? Like, they're here to do their thing, and they might not be above going the extra mile to make sure that Harpers stay, loyal and secret or whatnot. Like, that's not exactly the vibe that I've gotten from this whole situation, right? But I err on the side of being more pessimistic about that, I guess. Whereas like the secret military police people that we've had, or not secret, but the military police people that we talked to earlier that we turned down, right? Like, I would not put it past them to do things that I, as a person, might consider evil, even if they do not.
Yeah.
Like, they may be a good and righteous and just organization. That doesn't mean that they don't do evil acts by my law. Right?
The Harper's Guild could very easily take this information that we give them about Davil and then go to the Zentarum Guild and sell that information to them, and
or just like slit Davil's throat in the
or that.
Right? Like, I don't know where these different organizations, where their buck stops on what they're willing to do, and until I got proof of that,
that's why we're playing
Yeah.
the doe-eyed adventurer and just like,
Yeah.
we're just here to help out.
yes,
Yeah.
cool.
So we
dosh.
do that. And he says what?
You do what? Specifically.
So specifically, we tell Rainier that it's Zagra and Davil Starson that are in the process of hiring spies to investigate the Xanathar's Guild. Also, that we have been in conversation with both of them and have been dealing with Davil specifically. Additionally, we give some context around, hey, this is kind of this field that they gave us, that they're part of some good aligned version of Zentarum trying to weed out the evil Zentarum group. We don't know if that's already common knowledge for them, but that's the information we have so far, and we're keeping an open mind to the situation and trying to keep to what the Harpers want of us, while at the same time.
Okay. He kind of looks at it, and he doesn't react like negatively to your storytelling. However, you may all, if you are interested, may make an insight check against his nonverbal.
I would love to. That is something.
I'm also trained. I have a 15.
I have an 18.
14.
Through varying degrees of success, though all of you succeed, you definitely tell he's formulating a plan of some kind. But he's like, okay, yeah. You don't get any outward hostility or bad vibes from it at all. He doesn't seem like hostile or just like tense at all. He says, what?
So what's your plan?
My plan is to go talk to my people and then let my people know if you are our people and how best we can use this. I think there's probably a lot of good here, but I do gotta go check on something real quick. If you don't mind, I'm gonna go to my rooms. I should be back in about 20 minutes or so. Just hang out in the bar. And I should have further information.
Cool. And then IRL, we also do that.
Yeah, that was just to say that's a perfect transition to intermission time.
Let us take the intermission. We will meet back at 10:25, so slightly longer than 15 minutes, like 16, 17
For the
minutes.
record, I didn't kill them and take their money yet.
I'm about to go have a drink and a game of cards.
Hello, and welcome back. We are back. Continuing on. Rainier had just left to go deliver some messages, and our party here went and got some food and drink in the process. About 20 minutes later, he comes out, and quietly, requisitions you guys again, away from Floon and Bolo. He approaches you guys and says, "Hey, it's gonna work out great. I think this is a really good opportunity. Thanks for your forthcomingness, by the way. But yeah, with your affiliations with him, I was talking to my upline essentially, and she says that we should encourage it. And perhaps what you learned from them could be made news to us, quite the Harper fashion."
That does sound like the Harper fashion, indeed.
So, I mean, it's unlikely that they would do something direct against us. We don't really pose any threat for or against them. This would be a good way to keep information. So, do as you guys would want with the situation. Just let us know. With that being said, services have been offered. There is a potion seller in the castle ward here, not too far from the yawning portal. Pots galore. That's the shop.
Shop.
That's galore.
Yep. Maker potions and such. They'll sell you potions and low-level scrolls at a pretty heavy discount. As being members of our, curt little shindig.
Is that the shop with the glass top?
No.
This is one over here. I was just remarking at their interesting name. Do they carry a lot of greenery as well?
Nope.
Just terracotta pots.
No, kind of more like potions.
Ah, like pot. Pot short for potion.
Yeah.
Like a mana pot.
Yeah.
Or a health pot.
I'm not sure what a mana potion would do. Maybe give you some spell slots back or something?
Seems likely. Or sorcery points.
Or sorcery points, yeah.
Perhaps.
But those don't exist in D&D.
Sorcery points?
Your companion has them.
I was talking about mana pots.
And then he also says that pretty soon somebody should be reaching out to you to kind of bring you up to speed more along the lines of the network itself. You will receive another message kind of like you did with this one.
Okay. We get that one via cat or no?
No, that was the Enclave.
You get the home beam flying snake? Oh, nope.
That was the Harvest.
Was it a sending spell?
No, wait, that was
That was Zentarum.
Zentarum.
Yep.
Zentarum was Flying Snake on Percy. That
This one
was
the
Emerald Enclave.
Harpers was just Rainier talking to us.
Nope. It was a paper bird.
Mm.
The paper bird flew and unfolded and said that Rainier liked you for rescuing him.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then the sending straight to your mind was
The angry military police. Of course, just the way that you would expect the military police to communicate via your brain.
be present.
He's watching you.
We see what you did last night. Yeah, so a new connection sells you stuff at a discount, and you will be brought up to speed with some more information in some not too distant future.
Okay.
Alright.
So it seems like the Harpers are pushing membership pretty heavily. You're currently a member of the Emerald Enclave as well, and then the Zentarum are just kind of straight chilling.
And who all's part of the Zentarum? I forget it.
We weren't offered membership in the Zentarum.
I believe that is correct. We currently have not been offered official membership
I see.
in any capacity.
Okay. All three of you essentially then have the support of the Zentarum in a kind of affluent manner. Not
Affluent?
necessarily... Huh?
Affluent as in like rich?
No. Well, affluent in a rich kind of presentation. them.
Okay.
You have a rich history of helping them.
Long and treasured past. I'm rich.
Really, like if we're talking, you spent almost a week helping them out. So.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
It was the best week of my life. Cool. So we got pretty good contacts, but currently everyone's a little dark on we're out of quests.
Yes.
So thoughts, opinions? What are y'all itching to do?
How about turn level 3? Because that's what you did.
A ding 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 ding. Six.
Julio.
Already done.
Also already done. Yeah.
What did y'all get for hitting level 3?
I got second level spells.
Woo!
I got second level spells.
You got second level spells.
No.
You got first level spell.
No.
I also unlocked the meta magic portion of my sorcery points.
Cool.
And got, I believe it was quicken spell and subtle spell, where I can spend 1 sorcery point to get rid of the verbal and semantic components of my spells, or I can spend the spell level and sorcery points to cast it as a bonus action instead of an action.
Okay. What did you just get second level spells?
That's it.
Okay.
And unlocked all of the spells.
I finally got my rogue archetype, which is that of the soul knight, which is similar to in origin to your Kalashtar powers, where it's like mind training psionic abilities. I can summon these like spectral blades that pass through people instead of stabbing somebody in the flesh and making a big cut. It just like passes through them and does psychic damage to them. So I can like silently, I could take somebody out and no one would know that they've been stabbed. And then I can also temporarily do some telepathy stuff. I can set up a telepathy link where we can go pretty far away from each other and still communicate telepathically for a short amount of time.
Oh,
And I got higher sneak attack damage. It's always nice.
Yeah.
very cool.
More dice.
More dice. I just have to stab something to get that
More
dice.
dice. Yes. The new abilities and such for you guys that are magical point-wise in nature do not become effective until you have taken a long rest. Prepared the spells and all that. Yeah.
That's just their spell stuff.
Also,
Yeah, spell stuff. Sorcery points, like the increase in sorcery point from like 2 to 3, it'll still be 2 until he rests.
Okay.
So I have a weird thing with this specific like druid and the way leveling up, that just like when I got level 1 spells, I got Fairy Fire.
Mm-hmm.
I got 2 always prepared spells,
Mm-hmm.
which is locate animals or plants and Scorching Ray,
Okay, cool.
which
Those
That's
are
really
your,
convenient.
Subclass things, right?
Yeah.
but that
Wildfire
I don't know how that balances with prepared or non-prepared spells. If it says always prepared,
They
It's
don't
just
count
in-
against your prepared
Yeah,
spell
it's just
list.
extra for free.
so I have one more outside of the one that I chose for my second level. Still have to choose.
Okay.
And you can prepare as many second level spells as you want. You can only cast 2 of them.
No,
No.
you get a certain number of prepared spells. You
Yeah.
don't get your entire druid
No,
spell
yeah, I know.
list.
You can of that spell list, you can have as many second levels as you want up to your preparation limit.
Yes.
Yeah.
I also
Change some first levels to second levels and stuff like that.
Yes. Once you rest.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
It is early-ish afternoon, getting close to like maybe 4, 5. It's more later afternoon.
Well, so since we have no immediate quests, we can head back to
3 feathers up.
3 Feathers Up and maybe work on some of the...
So yeah, everything's like up to snuff.
What's our bank accounts looking like? Oh, did we get any actual reward for the Maxine quest? Other than is it just the discount potion shop
Just a
contact?
discount.
Okay, sweet. I have potions.
Yes, we all bought potions at some point.
Yeah, but I might have used some.
From the last time, not counting the, we each got 250 gold once we sell off the jade statue. If you feel like selling off the jade statue. And then another 175 each was added from the quest that we just recently did.
Okay, I'll go ahead and wait. I think this is.
We all spent 1 dragon each on the Dray Pass. I spent some money. We all spent a couple of nibs.
I already had taken out what was on my sheet money-wise from my character. The stuff that wasn't
Forgot that
added.
you
Or
can't
group loot.
add money on this app.
So are you selling the jade statue?
Oh,
Okay, never mind then.
we had talked about not selling it and putting it up in
Yeah, in the dance hall.
the dance hall.
That's fine.
Just like
we each
we-
gained 175 gold for the quest there.
This is
Not going to get very rich very quickly if you keep all of your treasure rewards as just treasure and not currency.
Hey, but then we don't have to spend that money on decorations. It all balances
Mhm.
out.
I just want somebody to get into 3 Feathers Up, break in, and steal all of our actual possessions. And then we're just like, well, that was easy for them to.
So we had talked about a number of upgrades to 3 Feathers Up. What do we now be a good time to go through in following up on some of those?
Sure.
I mean, we'd already paid out all of those upgrades.
We had paid out
A sign.
basically the way that the layout is set up. We had paid out how to like fix up the place completely, change around some of the like small room changes that we were suggesting, but we haven't furnished it with like furniture and stuff, right?
You
Only-
got like default furniture arrangements. So think anything that you wanted to alter needed to be a side grade, not an upgrade. If you wanted elaborateness, that has
Yeah,
to
but
come
we
out
paid
extra.
for 2 extra things already. We paid for a custom sign and the stained glass.
Yes.
Or the glass that has the feather symbol on it.
And we still haven't paid for our bar, like as far as if we want to service it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you haven't.
We haven't gotten it up and running in any form or fashion.
Yeah. So that's
With
the kind of
purpose,
stuff.
because then we would have to be paying for it weekly.
Yeah. So do we want to start investing in those things now? Preparation of our grand opening.
Yeah, sounds fine by me. We can start working on that.
You had some plans for some things that you wanted, right? Both of you did. Me.
Yeah, yes.
We also totally don't have to.
We can also decide on that kind of stuff after the session.
We've been talking about doing a lot of that off screen,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so
We
that
just
it's not
hasn't
minutia
happened
on
yet,
the.
so-
It will take some effort on our parts to make that happen.
Okay.
We can make that happen.
Postpone upgrades. We could talk about them when we start
I mean,
next week's
as of
session.
right now, I've got 3 seeds of herb / from the apothecary. Dead brides. What was it called?
I don't know what you're talking about.
There was a brush or a comb that I got from the corpse of the dead bride that had the candles in it from the scarecrow's house.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And then have a thing of tar and a vial of chicken blood.
Okay.
And I've got a small brass key and 3 Kenku feathered arrows and 2 uses of purple tobacco.
Uh-huh.
And 1 greater restoration, 2 lesser restoration amulet at 6 charge.
Okay.
Right.
And then I also have a scroll stuffed full of notes from my studies. Prayers with Olo.
Right.
It
So
does
I'm
sound
well
like
on
a-
my way to collecting the things I want for my room. So at yourself.
All right. Well, what would you like to do then?
Well, what do we want to do? We want to go explore some of the
Hey,
city.
Here's probably a good way. Since you're not selling off the jade statue, you could say that you spend the rest of this day doing basically what we should be doing off session, which is probably procuring some people, procuring provisions, like staffing the bar, both in people and material.
Okay.
And that could like take up the rest of your day.
Okay. And spending the appropriate money to throw the large party.
Yeah, we'll figure out some of that stuff later, but we'll spend our time in fast forward time of doing some number of things that we will decide at some point between now and next session.
Great.
To be determined.
Great.
So was there anything that we wanted to
Danny.
explore, or places that we wanted to visit, or people that we wanted to go visit? Like, we have yet to be... There's one... What's the one... It's not the C ward, is it?
That's the one where we were just at.
We were just in the C ward. The
That's
opera
the
was in the
Seaboard.
C ward. We live in the North ward.
Yep.
Have we visited the Field ward yet?
Field Ward?
Where all the...
That's where the farms were. Oh, no, that's Underhill.
Yeah.
The field ward, no, we have not gone
This
to
is
field
where
ward.
all the people in their tents.
Oh, the refugees?
Yeah,
All the refugees are? No, we haven't visited the refugees yet, which is
we haven't visited any of
Probably-
the statues.
going to the Field Ward. Will at least at some point probably be a downtime activity for my character, assuming we have those of any sort.
Then Dock ward, and where else?
Trade ward.
You guys are like stuff you want to buy for your character or anything like that? Things that you've been
I'm good,
looking for
for the
shopping?
most
or
part.
anything?
I'm really...
Especially because I don't know what our financial situation is. I don't have any intent
Yeah.
on buying anything.
I don't really have anything either.
I also don't need anything.
Cool.
It really is just exploring the city or picking up an odd job or something.
We could just hit a tavern up and find a quest on a message board.
Yeah,
old school
is there
style.
like any message board sort of system where
It would be in the yawning portal, right?
That's a good
I'm
place, or
asking-
a number of other
Oh,
places.
the
there
DM.
is a
You have
That
not
is
sought
something
one
that
out
exists.
yet, so you'd have to venture back there on the morrow. Is that kind of what we're suggesting?
yes. That is what we're intending
Yeah, I
to do.
think that seems like a pretty good plan. Until we get word from others, we'll go seek out a mini quest.
Okay. So the rest of your stuffing and stuff kind of takes you through the routes of your solicitor and the number of other guilds and stuff. It's pretty much a drag along kind of day, though it is a bit less adventurous than what you've been dealing with recently.
No, this is exactly what we've been dealing with the entire time we've been here.
So
There is no adventure in Waterdeep. It's
No.
only taxes.
only taxes. So you guys end up basically going on into the depths of the night. You finally wrap things up. You get a tentative date for your opening, kind of like on the calendar, sort of circumspect, and send out those notices. That'll probably happen at some point. You go to sleep, and it's early morning. You guys are setting about essentially the now what will start beginning to be the daily chores of your tavern, like making sure that people are being managed, if you're taking care of any of like the stuff in place of anyone, or just because your character likes doing it sort of thing, if you're saying hi to Liff or the kids and all that kind of stuff, that would be a thing. And then once you guys, like everybody's up and moving and getting awake, that's when you guys would like group up, become an adventure party, go out and do the thing. So it is on the morning of the morrow from once we are talking that A disturbance happens.
A disturbance.
Yep.
In the force?
Windows rattle as the roar of explosion fills Trollskull Alley. Charred bodies and anguished screams fly through the air. A thick cloud of acrid smoke billows outward from the blast, which seems to have occurred right outside your door.
Okay.
I charge out the door to find what has happened.
Yeah.
So
Grab
Is there a
my.
music scene change?
I grab
there is already a music change
Oh,
going.
sick. Okay, cool.
So that was a bit. There we go.
Got it.
Yeah. So that was a bit dry. Very explosive. Everybody is kind of doing their thing, whether that's like talking with Liff, like watching him work, whatever that's doing. What are you guys doing? You are all in Trollskull Manor in some facet.
I'll probably hang out with the kids.
Probably be at the bar with Liv.
I would probably be in my room upstairs, dealing with trinkets and such.
Okay. So then, yeah, the kids are probably doing a mixture of both, like tidying up, sweeping, and doing a bit of the playing.
Yeah, it's morning.
Yeah.
Screw chores. Chores are for later.
And Liff is like, you're starting to get the sensation of like, hey, when's that stock coming that you guys just ordered the previous night? Like, I'm ready to like be useful again. You're understanding his nonverbal requests a bit more into proximity. And you're just like upstairs starting to tend towards the greenhouse, and then like you literally fall to your side as you feel your entire manor shake. The kids themselves are thrown off balance, and Liff, like, the mug just starts phasing through his hand, and then he shifts to catch it. He's like, oh, that's weird.
With a, like, geez, get down, kids.
Intense rattling, not a lot of dust from this almost immaculate place now after all the renovation and stuff. And, good thing that the engineering put it together so well, because it withstood what seemed to be an extremely loud explosion. You, like, see almost like a flash of light against your stained glass lid just pour in through the bottom floor. Like, the door that was kind of somewhat creaked open from in use just lets everybody have a nice ringing sensation in their ears.
I grab my crossbow that's probably propped up against the stool that I'm sitting on, and I move towards...
I tell the kids to stay inside and go up to the second floor, and then
That's not the same thing.
Those
Yep.
are two separate statements.
Right. I forgot that. That's
Stay
the thing.
inside! Go up to the second floor!
As part of our renovations,
the
I would have liked to have redone our stairs, maybe. I don't know. We'll talk about that later. So I guess I'll tell them to go into the
cellar.
pantry or cellar with Liv, and then we'll rush outside.
Okay.
Lift for the doors.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, once we get outside.
Don't do that. Don't do
Don't
that.
do
Because
that.
then we can't come back inside.
Okay.
Alright.
I'm not downstairs. I'm upstairs.
So-
I grab my quarterstaff. I am running outside. Shillelagh'd.
Alright, you guys basically come pouring out. You a few seconds behind as you had a couple stories to get down from your high rise up there. And you fill the street. There are...
From up there, can I see down into the... I mean, it's a greenhouse.
Yeah. You actually do see, like, you don't have a great vantage because it is a greenhouse and it doesn't overflow, but you can see down. You do see most of what looks to be like a detonation of a fireball. Basically, so if your street is running north to south, and there's that south street, where the bent nail's over here, and then Follow Lefelier's greenhouse is over here and stuff like that, it takes place just west of Follow's house. The explosion just engulfs the street. You also know that is the general vicinity of like the place that the kids go every morning to retrieve their food and stuff.
Where the bread guy is.
Yeah.
No.
You can see that there's a lot of people hurt. A lot of people hurt. But you can't really make out the details from 40 feet up
Yeah,
in
no,
here.
I'm running down.
Yep.
Especially if I think that's where the kids hang out. Me not in the moment knowing if they're downstairs or if they're over there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So... Oh, lost the mouse. Need to pull it. One thing. Okay.
I'm in. Oh yeah, I do. Yeah. You know what?
You guys get down to you meet up. All right, basically out in front of Troll Skull.
Okay.
People are starting to emerge from their houses. There's a few people that are just like walking almost aimlessly, dazed, confused, like down the street. You see scorch marks, burns, injuries. Some horrific, some just like knocked over in the blast.
Okay. I would like to start trying to direct people who are like standing unconscious, as far as like go get medical supplies, go talk to whoever would somebody go get the apothecary that's down the street. The leatherworker guy might have stuff to wrap like wounds with, and then like trying to direct other people to help get the injured away from any like active like residual flames or anything like that, and start helping the injured.
I head towards the source of the explosion and try to find out what happened, where it came from.
Okay. So you start trying to run point on establishing some kind of order of keep the living sort of thing, and you guys walk into a very active crime scene. So some things of note: there's about a dozen bodies that fill the street. The left side of the street, the right side of the street, some in the center of it. It's extremely gruesome. Fireball has detonated somewhere. You can kind of detect a point of impact. Give me Arcana checks.
Five.
Okay. You can tell that the point of impact was mostly oriented towards one side of the street as opposed to being in the direct center. There's an alleyway that's close by. All the houses in the area have been damaged in some way. None of them are currently ablaze. Lots of windows have been shattered in. Doors, like a door might be like hung a shift, or several have been blown open. The street stand and what looks like to be a small body is in front of that street stand. That you guys are pretty keenly aware of being visited by children. Further, you can immediately recognize just kind of like a clustering of some of the way that the bodies are oriented in the nearby area. There's one that's just kind of out and alone. You'll have to go investigate these things when you want to know more, but just approaching the scene, you see two humans wearing cloaks that have leather armor and sheathed longswords. You see a group of four that have some instruments near them, kind of off to the section, not too distantly far from the actual street stall. You can see what looks to be like a gnome with a burned cloak, and he's clutching a dagger. He's kind of face down on the pavement. And then that would describe the scene.
So there's a bunch of destroyed shit, a bunch of people knocked out or dead on the ground, and then there's these two in cloaks with sheathed swords that are just standing there.
They are no, they're not standing. They're also in various disarray of death.
Okay. I'm continuing to try to find the source of the explosion or where the spell came from, or any information that I can, if there's any like active hostilities in the area.
Okay. Lots of confusion. Lots of people are filling the street, chattering, not getting too close. There is a definite like soot kind of remnant of where the fire blast took off, and so by using your detection, you actually can kind of piece that it was within feet from the gnome. And it seems like the bare edges of it were what took out the street stall.
Okay. I go to the gnome and turn him over and take off his hood.
Where is his description? All right, you do move over to the gnome, and you take off his hood. It is, there's not a lot of characteristics that you can identify, other than that he probably had some facial hair at some point that you can tell by some. It seems he was facing the blast. There's not much recognizable here.
Okay. For sure dead?
For sure dead. In fact, as you since he was in the center of the blast, you've gone by about 6 of those bodies so far, and every single one of them has been dead.
So there was the gnome, there was the 2 cloaked people, and then the presumably dead kid and the destroyed cart. Also, those in the area, and the blast had gone off directly next to the gnome.
And a band.
And
Like
a band.
a group of instrument users. I
Okay.
can't think of a better word for that.
Some street performers.
Street performers. That's the word.
And also one elderly female human who you guys pass by.
I try to find someone that's conscious, or
There are plenty of people that are think, oh no, sort of or outright weeping, that kind of stuff.
I try to figure out where the attack came from. Not just where it exploded, but where it was actually shot from, or who caused it. Anyone that I'm trying to find any actual witness.
There's a bunch of people saying oh, I saw something in the area. Did you see that? Holy, I can't believe that happened. There's a number of some such, and actually you even recognize a few of the faces as well. So for example, Fala is out there, the member or the owner of Corlon's Crown, who is the apothecary / greenhouse. You see Tally, so the owner of the Bent Nail, is in the area. You see Rashal, the Dragonborn, who was the shopkeeper for the Bookworm's treasure. You see a rather haughty, hoity-toity lady who is making a scene of her own. It seems to be louder than the rest of the people, being very dramatic. Not that it's unreasonable to say so, but for some reason her screeches tend to stand out. You see a small boy, kind of with soot on his face, and he's got some blood-stained hands. He's standing next to some barrels that are nearby to the alley. Let's see. You see Emic Brune, your quote-unquote rival of sorts, the man with the bar down the street. Fireball went off quite near his place of establishment. You actually see Roscoe, the bartender, as well. And there's bits and bobs of various other people. He's getting filled rather quickly.
I run towards our right.
Okay. And he's just in a daze. And he's like,
Are you okay?
oh yeah, I think so. I feel numb. This is all surreal. What?
Did you see anything?
I was, guess now's not the time for being impolite. Yes, I was in my bar, and, it's weird. That gnome over there, he really seemed out of sorts. He seemed like he was in a panic, and next thing I know, there was just this loud bang, a bright flash of light, and then this red ball just, and then this.
You might have had some head trauma. You might want to go have a seat for a little bit.
Yes, a
if
seat.
you have any rags to help someone, do, but don't overexert yourself.
Yeah, I've got a lot of rags. Yes, I can help with that. And he runs inside his tavern. re-emerging in a little bit, just carrying heaps of rags, and goes around dispersing them to the
I
bloody.
immediately run to the kid that has soot on his hands.
Well, you've interacted with him. What you doing?
I go see if the kid in front of the stall is alive, and then after that, I plan on just falling back and trying to control the chaos until authorities get here.
Okay. Kids do not do well being in the epicenter of a fireball blast, and Nat did not fare any better than most of the rest of the people that you would think.
Okay. Which one was that? That was the.
She
that
was the
one of
deaf
our
leader of
kids?
the group. She was out getting breakfast for her and her own, as it were. Just-
So the two boys were in the inn with us, and Nat was out getting.
Okay. I spend the rest of my time trying to control the chaos. No one's giving me any information on where the where anything came from other than what she just got. So
Well,
I'm just trying to organize and make sure any survivors get the help that they need.
So basically, you guys are in a clock of sorts. The city watch is definitely on its way. It takes time to mobilize and stuff. So this is like the intervening moments. So there are a handful of things that you guys get to do before they arrive and they start assuming control, right? And so your first actions were help the wounded, talk to Emic, detect Nat. Right?
Yep.
So we're going
I
through.
already searched the gnome's body, and I found out that Nat is dead, and I guess I could go search the other guys that seemed like adventurers, but they kind of, like, leather armor and short swords don't necessarily active threat make.
Especially not dead ones.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're kind of like overseeing, and you're seeing a lot of the wounded start pouring through, and a lot are kind of talking. You know, one of them was like, you know, that kid, where is he at? I saw him by the barrels, and this person's like missing, like their cheek has just been scarred away. And just a lot of what you see are just glazed over. You see a lot of injuries of just varying sizes. Debris has like detonated in the area, affecting a lot. Like one person was impaled by what seems to be a rather large splinter from some kind of bar blowing up, like bar in the street. Like think almost like a horse stall hitch. And so just the general hubbub is that vague impressions of what could have happened, what might have happened, until almost in kind of a less than a flood, but it's more like it just passes over the crowd. But it becomes understood that it was a fireball that detonated in the area.
Do I think that casting Detect Magic will get me any information? Remnants, direction?
You would think that.
If anybody has essence on them, do I think that?
You would think that Detect Magic would probably reveal something about the situation if this was a magical fireball.
I immediately cast Detect Magic without ritual casting.
Okay. You cast Detect Magic, and I think you said you were headed over to the boy.
Yeah, with the soot on his hands.
So when you cast it, you actually see that there's something in his pockets that is emanating.
Fucking tackle this kid.
You tackle the kid.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I look at my new spell. How long, doesn't tell me how long that Earthbind lasts for.
Earthbind? Is that the... Oh, look at
It's yellow strips of magical energy loop around the creature. The target must succeed on a strength saving throw
the anti-flying.
or
I think that one makes it so it can't fly.
Well, then it did.
Or its
Earthbound.
flying speed is reduced to 0.
It would not have any effect on the non-flying.
So-
oh,
yeah,
that's not. So it's maybe
You're looking for like a whole
Entangle.
person, or
or entangle.
You could use Entangle. Yeah, Earthbind is for
Oh yes, I
making
do have Entangle.
flying stuff not fly.
You would know that casting a spell of that kind of nature would set off a lot of alarms in a lot of people.
Ah, fuck. Okay, I go try to restrain this child.
The child looks traumatized, and he keeps looking at this group of halflings that had instruments around them. So you can, now that you're closer to that area, like Tyr has left tracks in the soot on his face, and he's just like mouthing words that aren't coming out, and just staring at what you would rightly presume are his dead friends. Two female halflings were playing like a lute. And a flute, and then there were two male halflings that you can see the remnant tatters of what would be like dancing outfits.
Okay, so I do this differently. I go up and I swoop the kid, and I turn his face away from group.
He slightly resists, like not wanting to be torn asunder, and then when you like pull it, he just like collapses into your arms and just starts bawling his eyes out.
And do you grab whatever magical thing?
I coddle
is in his
this child. And I try and take whatever it is out of his pocket. Maybe just like slip it out to see, is it like a protection amulet? Is it
a necklace of fireballs?
Like, what is it, you know?
So like in between
also I can know the energy of the thing. So what type of magic is it?
evocation.
That's the fireball kind.
Yeah, I immediately...
Also the protection.
I just try and get it out of his pocket to see what's in the actual pocket.
Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check as you're attempting to do this without alarming him, presumably.
What is... Oh...
19. He is just letting the world out of inside his poor body right now, and is asking for the names of his dead friends. And it just keeps repeating, just like, I can't believe it. Like, they're gonna be fine. They don't look fine. Like, I don't understand. Why did this happen? Sort of stuff. And he's wearing a short coat of sorts with pockets that are very easily accessible. And you just kind of like, as you're consoling him, you're easily able to kind of like peel away the flap of the pocket, and you see like a brown leather band that has a few incandescent spherical shapes of like reddish hue on them that are just lit like you're opening up a nightlight almost. When you open up the pocket, you can see the magical energy pouring off of it.
I snatched those motherfuckers.
So you do it less aggressively than what you just sounded like. You very deftly like open it, and just with a fell swoop, just consoling the child, just holding him close and tight, you just like gently grab the two beads and pull the rest of the necklace out. You can tell that the actual leather is loose, that it was snapped. It used to be whole.
I don't pocket them.
Okay.
I do handle them.
At this point, you start hearing the kids actually trying to acknowledge you. Lady, is everything gonna be okay? I found something. I want to show you.
Just wait. Just calm down.
Oh, it might be important.
Just snap the neck and walk away.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make any sudden movements. Just we're gonna get through this.
It's probably important. Right after the explosion, I ducked behind the rain barrel here. I heard a plop, and I found something in the barrel. And he starts to go for his pocket.
I hold him tight. But just hold on. Well, it's very important that you just hold your words. You're gonna have to tell them to the black robes.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion? 13.
My name's Martin. What's your name? Oh, your name is... Nice to meet you.
Astra.
Oh, hi, Astra. You're right. It's probably evidence. I would have to turn it in. I don't want to get in trouble. I didn't do anything wrong. I just found it.
Good. I'm glad that you found it. Just hold on to it. Don't pull it out. Just hold on to it.
Okay. I'm gonna go
No, just
look at my friends.
no.
Maybe they might be alive.
We'll have somebody else check on me.
They're right there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're consoling, deceiving, lying, and stealing from this kid. You go up to the sellsword.
Of course.
Welcome to D&D. Your DM doesn't have a soul, so you don't have to have one either.
Not true. You approach the two unsavory adventure types.
Sure.
Almost immediately, like, disturbing the bodies at all. Mostly they're covered by their cloaks that don't seem to be super singed. But your slightest provocation on dealing with the first one, like even rolling him over, or even like just moving the cloak aside, you can see a black winged snake on his forearm.
Okay. These are both definitively dead as well.
Definitively dead.
Okay. I guess I just search the gnome and I search these guys. I loot their pockets and their belongings and see what they have.
Okay.
I'm assuming that the situation is calmed down enough to the point where I feel like it's not necessary to be like on the calming people down.
Yeah, it's chaotic, but you're probably not going to cause civil order by yourself. Like, that's usually the presence of dozens of guards.
Okay.
Which at this point you can kind of hear them off in the distance. You also know that while it's not illegal to search bodies, any amount of stuff that you take from an investigation scene can be seen as tampering with evidence or withholding evidence unless you obviously proffer it.
Right.
It's not like, oh, you touched the body, you're going to jail. It's like if they find out that you did something unscrupulous, which they would have to find out first, they would definitely take offense to it.
My overall goal in this situation has been to make sure that people are safe and that the injured and not dead are taken care of, and then not be in the middle of the crime scene, like rummaging through pockets. Like, that's not really what my intention has been, but that seems kind of like the logical next step.
Okay. It's probably like a mixture of, like, there's been some people that have been kind of dazed or somewhat coming towards you, and you probably redirected them towards Rin's efforts, as you can clearly see that he's doing stuff. And at this point, inmates come into the street, and he's handing out bandages and trying to, like, he's got soaked rags with a pail. People are starting to organize and provide relief as they can. And it's just kind of like emanating out from where Rin was and slowly overtaking the street as people are coming back to their senses and trying to help out the people that are actually injured. Of note, there's a few things still going on. There's one lady who's just like not getting the picture. She is being, at this point, you are pretty sure dramatic for the sake of being dramatic. She's just being like on the nose with it. Oh, I totally saw something happen. Somebody needs to speak to me this instant because I'm of a reputable house. Like, just incessantly.
I would have probably gone to her during the phase that I was asking people if they saw anything.
Okay. And let me get you the stuff on. No. The adventures. Make sure that I'm not missing.
Yeah, because Percy's order of events was make sure there's no one actively still attacking the area, see if anyone saw, like, what happened, and then, like, make sure that the injured are taken care of.
Okay, I need, you can accomplish, it's gonna, like, come out piecemeal as we're keeping up with it.
Right, I mean, those are things that have already happened.
Less of the checking on everyone at once. I kind of, like, interpreted, you went to the gnome first, and you did the dead girl.
Right. Yeah.
I need a perception check for the gnome and the Zentarum.
Gnome and the Zentarum people?
It'll just be as one.
Okay, sure. 11.
Okay. So winged snake, and you also notice that the gnome has dry waste on his boots and cloak, like near the bottom of it,
Okay.
suggesting that he spent time in the sewers recently. And you do find a pouch containing 4 gemstones.
Okay.
You liberate him of his pouch.
No, I don't think I have any reason to.
Okay. At this point for Ren, Bala has come up to you and is trying to not be noticed, but is trying so hard to not be noticed, it's hard not to notice them.
Yeah, I'm specifically seeking him out anyway, so that's I'm. He's like my number one person of interest, point of contact of like, hey, you are an apothecary. I need your help with this situation right now. Like, I don't know what stuff you can supply, but if you have anything that can help with burns or burn salves, then like I need that information, or I need that stuff here now. And then also like, did you see anything?
Yeah.
As part of that conversation.
And is like, yeah, I was watering my plants in the greenhouse on the second floor of my shop. Yes, I have some like burn ointments and stuff like that. But I think somebody needs to know this, and it might hopefully not be too late. So I was watering plants on the second floor of my shop when blast blew out some of the windows. Luckily, I wasn't injured. But through the smoke, I saw a cloaked man moving away from the scene. He was like limping. He was badly burned and casting glances all over his shoulders and stuff. Looked like he was afraid somebody might be following him. And he was headed towards the bent nail. He went running this way.
Okay, I send him off to go get his burn salve, and I immediately go over to Percy and tell Percy that information. So the information I just got from our resident apothecary was that he saw potentially looked like the person who was responsible for it. There's this cloaked man with burns all over him that was acting incredibly suspicious, and then after the event, he ran off towards the bent nail.
Okay.
Like, would you be able to track him down while I'm trying to deal with the situation here?
Absolutely. That is my goal, unless I'm tied up doing other looting things.
You've done the adventures at this point. Basically, the only real thing that you haven't gotten to here has been the Screaming Lady.
Okay.
Order of events, up to you.
I absolutely, like, that's my primary goal, is finding the person that did this.
Okay.
I didn't find any evidence henceforth, so...
Yeah, so you go off down the street looking for a limping and burnt man. It's only been, like, literally not even a minute yet since all of you guys have entered the street, by the way. It's very quick sequencing of action, so he has not gone very far at all. Give me a perception check.
Okay. 12.
Okay. Hazily, you kind of remember, like as you were exiting onto the street, now that you're running back up, basically back towards your house or your manor, and then past it, that there did seem to be a man like limping away from the scene in the beginning. He looked extremely like out of sorts, and you basically go running off towards the end of the alley. Then we'll jump over to Astra, who's still consoling a boy.
I mean, do I know any of this knowledge that they...
I don't know if I've gotten to you yet.
Or is your plan just to console him for the rest of the time?
I will run over to our adversary.
What are you doing with the necklace?
I'm walking over there with boy and necklace in hand.
Okay.
And I say, I need to trust you with something.
Yeah, sure. What is it? How can I help?
Boy, you have to tell him. Tell him your story, and please hold on to this.
What is that?
Evidence.
And he starts talking to the boy. Quickly and wrapped in that. What are you doing?
I've got to go see if we can figure something else out. And then I immediately turn to assess the situation, and
you basically, as all of this is transpiring, Rin's got things organized. Percy, you know, like you've been able to see Percy throughout your holding of the boy, that he's been moving around. He's checked a few of the people, the bodies
then I see him
themselves.
go somewhere.
Then you see like him and Rin kind of like exchange positions almost. There's a quick word. And you see that Percy is like definitely looking over at the screeching lady as he makes his way up the alley, like making a mental note to
I run towards the screeching lady.
Okay. She is being the screeching lady.
Attempt to talk to
Who
her
are you?
in her brain.
What the?
There is no
Who's
reason.
there?
I need you to calm down.
Who's there?
Calm down. It's me.
I don't know what this.
Are you blind?
Make a persuasion check.
Nope. 4.
You're a spirit, aren't you? I knew there was evil afoot here.
We are all spirits.
Yes.
Calm down.
I see no reason to be calm. Why would you be calm during a time like this?
Tell me what you saw.
I tell you, it was not a man, but like a puppet. Shaped like a man, a puppet without strings. It was on the rooftop. Threw something into the crowd below that caused the explosion, I know. Saw
you
those
hurt?
halflings burned alive, I saw them.
Are you hurt?
Hurt. I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know if I'm hurting. I don't feel anything.
Are you able to help others?
No. No, I need to be tended to.
Then I need you to go inside so you can be tended to.
Go inside where? Everything's damaged and dirty around here.
Go
What
inside
an
the
infection.
blacksmith's shop. No, that's the bent nail. Don't go in there.
That's a lot of work.
Different
Oh,
places, but
go to the apothecary.
The apothecary.
He,
It's sanitary in there. They have all these plants and dirt. No, I'll go back to Vincent. I'm sure he'll put up with me for a little while longer.
Who's Vincent? Where can I find you if I need to assist you further?
You recognize that Vincent is the detective.
oh yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'm sure
Cat
you'd
burglar.
love that. Sure you'd
My
find
dice
it.
is. By the way, dropping an iron dice on your foot is not comfortable.
Yeah.
I go to Red. After that.
Okay. You two meet up.
I exchanged the same information that I told Percy. That the apothecary saw a burnt and crippled man who was all out of sorts, quickly fleeing the scene after headed towards the burnt nail.
Ren, we must go.
I cannot. I have to stay here and help.
You're helping people who aren't Percy.
Percy is
Alone. With possible people who have spells as great as Fireball. The Featherdale few stick together. We must go.
These people need my help, though, Astra.
We can
At
always
this
come
moment,
back.
you feel a tug on your sleeve
Hell no.
from a child.
Yes.
You look and you see it's Squidly.
Motherfucker.
Where's Nat?
You know, I'm not equipped to roleplay or deal with like at all.
I tell Nat to go, or Squidly to go back.
He quietly leaves to be addressed later, off screen. Up the alley, you see a good number of people who are fine, and you see one man who is kind of like near walking in circles, but is like seemingly looking for a way to make an exit, though is still a bit dazed.
Is the cloaked limping person?
It is.
I draw my crossbow and brandish it at him and tell him to get down.
What? Sure. Why? Why under arrest? And he like sits on the ground and is like holding a very sore and pained elbow.
Why were you leaving the scene?
What? I was seeing. Oh, I was here shopping for weird. He points and he's like, the bookstore down the street, and then there's this flash, and I was thrown back. I'm hurt.
Does he seem like he's being genuine?
Give me an insight check.
9.
He seems really, really out of it. Like, legitimately out of it, not like faking it to effect.
Mm-hmm.
There's a pain in the base of my neck. I'm pretty sure I was knocked out, and I'm trying to get some medical attention and to make sure that people are coming.
Come back with me. There will be medical attention here soon. I try to usher him back to one of the more controlled areas.
Let's see. Okay, like as you start ushering him back, the sounds of dozens of men clad in armor marching down the street from various directions to this alley have arrived. It's been about maybe 2 minutes since you guys ran out the front of the manor. And leading the charge, almost like a perimeter is immediately set up in the area, almost a quarantine of sorts. Kind of boxes in and slowly starts like working its way through. People who have been questioned and such are basically then moved to the outside of the quarantine, and things keep closing in, kind of going around the epicenter of what happened. People are being detained in the background. There's probably in the neighborhood of 30 or so people here. At the front of it, you see one of the magisters, one of the black robes rather. So he's currently wearing rather vibrant purple shades of robes. You can see a long medallion. He's not a robe. He's one of the protectors in Magus. That medallion being the crest of belonging to that guild. And I will show a picture here to you guys, and maybe we can share that to the screen. I will swap over. Nope, that one. I had the right one first. So, these two approach you.
Yeah?
Okay. Cool.
The one on the right looks very much the part of a magical detective. The one on the left being a mundane detective. You can see that the older looking one rather, is carrying a long sword at his belt. He's wearing armor that is of the city watch. However, it's kind of a bit more disheveled and stuff. He's holding a thick pad and writing prompt. And then the other one is quite a bit shorter than him, very lengthy in the facial hair, and is wearing glasses and has a walking cane. They arrive and they introduce themselves as they see you guys kind of like coordinating most of the efforts here. The taller one approaches you and begins speaking. The other one is just very quietly and reserved and just kind of like peering around at the scene as much as you can check through his glasses. You've noticed that you are all kind of corralled at this point. Your person that you were escorting is still kind of like present. Audrey introduced himself. Hello, I'm Seth Cromley. This is my companion here, Barnabas Blastwind. You're here overseeing the orchestrations of these criminal activities. Perhaps you would care to speak to us.
Yes, absolutely. We're trying to keep things under control here as best as we can. We heard the explosion.
Very well.
They've met up with Percy specifically.
You actually kind of find yourselves all corralled into a very close center. You're all in the epicenter here.
Oh, so they like drag Percy out into the fireball area or something?
Percy was on his way back with his companion that he is escorting back to you two. It just kind of fell in line with all the guards pulling in. But at this point, Seth says, I think you have it from here, Barnabas. And he takes a ring of the guards, almost, and sets them about. They start knocking on doors nearby, questioning people, going through everyone, conducting a full-scale investigation. Barnabas looks around at you three, and the other one. Sense attention here. Who might you be?
There's a boy that saw everything. The magical beads. He's currently...
Would you go fetch him? And more importantly, the beads, probably. Thank you. Appreciate your willingness to help.
I tell them what I know so far, which is that the apothecary saw this suspicious man. That is the man that is with you.
I tell them what I know, that there were 2 members of the Zentarum here, right?
Oh.
They're the flying snake ones.
Mm-hmm.
You have dealings with the Zentarum?
We have dealt with them in the past.
Interesting. Yes. Anything else that you've been able to piece together so far?
All I know. There's 4 gems on the gnome's purse, but
This, you left them?
of course, I have more pressing things.
Certainly.
I also give them the status of the medical situation as best I can.
Yes, I would have you reorient those to our Surgeon General who's on staff here. He shall be approaching shortly. He is walking up with the child who burned as you're bringing him back. And the kid is looking a bit better as some magic has been performed to ease some of his current pains. And he is also carrying the necklace unless you prevent him from doing so. Okay. The surgeon hands it over to Barnabas. Oh, murder weapon indeed. I have my hunches. This like a necklace of fireballs. Well, a used one. So, you say this man was being suspicious?
I was just given the information that someone saw him running away or limping away from the
Who was that?
scene.
The apothecary. I give them the name of the, as far as I'm aware, reputable source.
Didn't want to take any chances on someone getting away.
Yes. Very well.
Not.
Okay, well, we appreciate your cooperation very much. Where do you people belong?
3 Feathers Up, or formerly Troll Skull Manor, was right there.
Yes. Very well. We will be in touch if we need anything directly. We very appreciate your efforts. Being active part of the investigation. See to it. Thank you for helping. We can take care of this from here. At this point, Sith walks back up. Letting them go already? Yes. They... well, they're nearby, so obviously a little bit suspicious, but who launches a fireball in their backyard? Not these folks.
Ooh, indeed.
Seth kind of starts escorting you guys to the perimeter line as Barnabas gets really aloof and starts walking around. For a moment, the person you brought back is kind of just left staring in the center of the thing, and then too shortly he turned and I think, yes, we should have some words, and he takes him off to the side. So Seth is walking up with you guys and just kind of somewhat small talk. You're like, so what else did you guys hear? And he's making notes of everything that you guys tell him.
I tell him that the gnome was the center of the blast from what I could tell. That's pretty much all I know.
You also know that they have Zentarum tattoos.
Yeah, I told him that.
We very much appreciate the fact that you people were here to help maintain the chaos. Do you have anything else? Feel free to go.
Free to go myself back to the inn.
I let him know that if they need anything or any help with tracking the people down that did to contact us.
Seth says, Barnabas is not very much of the thing. Would probably say something of the fact that it's too many new variables. And honestly, you should trust in the watch. But we appreciate your willingness to help.
Mm-hmm.
Do you press him any further, or do you move on?
I probably just let him know it's understandable. We've worked with Black Rogues before, and just to keep us in mind.
Okay, you both may make a persuasion check.
11 or 9 rather.
Eight.
Okay. Very specifically at the mention of the black robes. He says, oh, okay. He says, look, maybe it's nothing, maybe it's something. First, Gnome was running from armed pursuers, obviously, pretty evident. The two people with swords, those are one, or well, two. But there was a third one who made it away, who was armed. The young man or the old man rather, definitely old, that you brought back doesn't seem to fit the description, but there does seem to be something weird about it. And that's what we're currently pursuing. The next thing, I wouldn't stray too far for the next couple days. That gnome, turns out he was headed to your manor. For some reason, seemed like he had interest there. You know?
I couldn't recognize him if I did.
Very well. And then the last thing, nobody saw the blast coming.
What's toothless?
I don't know. I think he's just a dude.
It was rather unison of you. Not a gnome.
We wouldn't be able to be friends if we both.
Who talked to the lady?
I did.
Do you mention her diatribe to Safe at any given time?
Yeah, at some point, like the belligerent, upset lady who probably needs some attention, whether it be physical or mental. Seems like she saw everything and saw nothing at the same time, so worth looking into.
You tell him specifically about the puppet, or do you just leave her to tell him?
I leave her to tell him.
Okay, well, I'll go check that out personally. Thank you.
Do I see the Tiger's Eye guy in the crowd anymore?
Give me a perception check.
2.
Actually, very evidently you do.
Oh.
As if you're searching for him made him appear.
I don't make any I'm definitely still wanting to just be going back to the inn. But I kind of make sure that he sees me seeing him and give him a we need to talk later kind of look.
And at that point, he's basically, as you guys are released from Safe's custody, he's walking astride of you guys. Like the eventful morning. About to talk. At the bar?
I think so.
Very well. Lead the way. And with that, I think this is a good stopping point.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
And with that, we will be calling it. Thank you guys. Thank you for joining our 10th session. It was a lot of fun.
Then we're up then.
Have a good night, guys.
1-0.
Good night.